Welcome back to Northfield Park. 15 minutes to the opener on our Saturday night card. Here are the scratches and changes. No scratches, just the driver change. Race number 3. Number 5, Fear My Heart, the driver Austin Hanners. And all the way in the 13th race, a couple of medication changes. Number 2, Not That Hillary, is off Lasix today. My Name's Waney is on Lasix as she usually is. So take the 2, Not That Hillary, off Lasix. Keep My Name's Waney on Lasix. Special pools to wager into tonight. We have an added pick 4 in race number 9. It's in stakes pick 4, Buckeye Stallion Series. And then the $300,000 events, which kicks off a stakes pick 3. Race 11 starts a late pick 4. And race 13 features the high 5, all estimated $10,000 pools. And we are 14 minutes to race 1. The track is fast. Good luck for the 13th annual Carl Milstein Memorial. On track for the Saturday opener, one's Adroit Hanover. Eric Tharps Jr. does the driving for Stacy Curry and owner Sean Johnston. David Dobbleman and Kathy Deserco on the 2. Twist Little Girl. Braden Rhodes up for Sean Smith-Peters. 3, You Fear Me. Dan Noble for Renee Loney and Michael Joseph Sammartino. The 4's Can't Catch Kenzie. Andy Koblenz, Jessica Milner, and John Pasinich, the co-owners. Chris Lems does the driving for Jessica Milner. Keith Cash Jr. drives and trains for David Phoenix. The 5, Fear of Moonlight. Pod Stable 716 LTD, co-on the 6, Cozy Up. Tyler Angus aboard for Ariel Alvarez. 7 All Smoke and Mirrors, owned by Dr. Joshua Tanis. Streamed by Danielle Neal with Super Brett Miller in the sulky. Justin Irvine on the 8, Chipper Daisy for owner-trainer Whitney Johnson. And 9, Racing Glory, Jason Thompson for Wendy Cox and Marjorie Deshetsky. Time to kick off this 15-race Carl Milstein Memorial Night card. In race number 1, filly and mare overnight for 9 hours of $2,500 per $7,400. I got the 2, Twist Little Girl here in the opener. I thought she's dropping. Second start in the Smith-Peters barn from 9 hours of $5,000. Was parked the mile last week with the trainer driving. Now is going to get the hands of Braden Rhodes. Second start. Only thing I didn't like was that she was off 3 weeks coming off of that race. But second start with the barn, I expect a forward move tonight. I'll put her on top. And it's nice to see Kevin Ploucha doesn't have her in his top 5. So that's nice to disagree in the opener. Secondly is the 1, Adroit Hanover, his top choice. 3 straight victories from the rail since moving into this class. Certainly the logical one. And for third, the 5, Fear of Moonlight. Thought that this one finally is getting a good post, and she's rallied before for a couple of fourth-place efforts. I'm 2-1-5-9. Kevin's 1-4-3-5-9. Good luck. Race 1. We have a driver change being announced for the first time. Turn your programs to race 14. Race 14, number 6, Silly Rock, Aaron Merriman. Race 14, number 6, Silly Rock, Aaron Merriman does the driving. Also, don't forget there's a T-shirt toss from races 1 through 10. After the horse goes into the winner's circle, there'll be a T-shirt toss. So once we have a winner and they head back to the winner's circle, be sure to stop by and potentially catch a T-shirt after races 1 through 10. The field of 9, Filly and Mare Pacers to kick off the action here on a Saturday night. Are inbound the wings of the starting gate. The Gary Locke starting car is at the head of the stretch. Here they come. Off and pacing in Northfield. 2026 Milstein night is underway, and Adroit Hanover from the inside gets the first call and heads out looking for the early lead and stacks everyone up behind. Adroit Hanover intent on making the front, and from the second tier, Racing Glory with a perfect drive early to get a two-hole trip. Twist Little Girl comes down racing in third. You Fear Me drops over to the cones in fourth. Can't Catch Kenzie fifth. Fear of Moonlight is off the speed sixth. Cozy Up, All Smoke and Mirrors, and Chipper Daisy. So they basically lined up in post position alignment with the exception of the trailer. Opening quarter 27-3. Not that quick from the favorite Adroit Hanover, who used her pole control to her advantage, and she's nearly a 2-length leader. Racing Glory is second. Twist Little Girl in line third. You Fear Me is reserved in fourth. Lems and Can't Catch Kenzie mid-pack. 7 off the leader, 5/8 to go. Fear of Moonlight and Cozy Up. All Smoke and Mirrors and Chipper Daisy can see them all. A dozen lengths cover the single file group as they race in front of the stands first time. Eric Tharps Jr. looking for 4 in a row with Adroit Hanover. Leads a length and a half after a half and 57-2. So it's a 29-4 breather, but now he's asking for a touch more, and it's Twist Little Girl who comes to the outside to apply heat, and You Fear Me gets into the flow second over. Moving up outside of Racing Glory. Can't Catch Kenzie's now a 3-hole sitter. 4 lengths off the leader. Fear of Moonlight's next with 3/8 to go. Cozy Up tips off the rail. All Smoke and Mirrors and Chipper Daisy has trailed throughout. They're at the midpoint of the backstretch in the Saturday opener. Adroit Hanover short lead. Twist Little Girl keeps gaining with each stride, and now she's got her head in front at 3/4. 125-2. 28 first over grind there from Twist Little Girl, who takes over the lead. It's a full length, but Adroit Hanover has the benefit of the rail as she tries to counter punch along the inside. In behind Racing Glory's 2 lengths away. Can't Catch Kenzie's next, and Adroit Hanover is super game. She takes over the lead as they turn for home. Twist Little Girl couldn't sustain that move down at the inside. Racing Glory. Adroit Hanover has the lead. Racing Glory up the inside. Twist Little Girl coming back for more. Racing Glory, Twist Little Girl, photo finish! What a thriller to kick off the card. Racing Glory inside, Twist Little Girl outside. Adroit Hanover third, 150, 4-4. Nine, Racing Glory first. 9-2-1-4. Number 9, Racing Glory, 12-1 winner to kick off the Saturday card. It's 9-2-1-4-5. Into the winner's circle goes number 9, Racing Glory, owned by Marjorie Deshetsky, trained by Wendy Cox. Jason Thompson, the winning driver. 8-year-old brown mare by Racing Hill into the Rock and Roll Hanover mare, Rock for Glory. Bred by Emerald Highlands Farm of Ohio, 31st lifetime win, second this season, 154-4. Exacta $89, the trifecta $282, high five $532.10. Top down from the Saturday opener, Adroit Hanover was third, Twist Little Girl second, You Fear Me seventh, Can't Catch Kenzie fourth, Fear of Moonlight fifth, Cozy Ups eighth, All Smoke and Mirrors sixth, Chipper Daisy ninth, Racing Glory the winner. 3-2-7-4-5-8-6-9-1. Race 2. First 2 Buckeye Stallion Series tonight, 8 minutes away. Pacers make their way to the track for tonight's second race, first of two divisions, Buckeye Stallion Series 1 Nonstop Seaside. Justin Irvine for Ron Burke, the Burke Racing Stable, RES Racing, Libby and Purnell and Knox Services. Number 2 is Kintsugi. Aaron Merriman for Henry Graber Jr., Dean Robinson, and Stewart, the co-owners. 3 is King on Campus. Corey Callahan does the driving for Jason Elzer, cones with Jalen Towers. 4 Passing Gear, Kane Kaufman drives and trains for Redline Racing Stable, Red Racer Van Dusen and Schrock. Brett Miller's on the 5 Rose Run Champ for At the Wire Farms and trainer Tim Twaddle. Number 6, Crownosaurus, Dan Noble for Mark Winters, co-owns with Ronald Glover. The 7, Hear the Thunder, Chris Lems for Robert Brooks and Ivy Holdings, LLC. And the 8 Total Sum, Darren Dowler drives, trains, and cones with Lawrence Bettler. That's the field. Back over in race 1, my top choice, Twist Little Girl. Just missed beating Racing Glory, who got that pocket trip with a great drive by Jason Thompson. We turned the page to race 2. I went to the 5 Rose Run Champ. Maybe if she didn't break, he would have won back-to-back legs of the Buckeye Stallion Series, has a second place third, and then a win at Scioto. Ended up in non-winners of 2, so facing a little bit older horse as a 2-year-old. I won't hold that start against him at the Meadows when he finished 5th in 52-4. I like his BSS tries. He gets Brett Miller on the bike. I'll go on top. For second, the 4 Passing Gear. Very logical one here. Comes off a 4th in the Sire Stakes. Then added Lasix. Raced okay in the State Fair. Was just a touch overmatched behind Don't Truck With Me. Drops down to the Buckeye ranks. And for third, going to the 1 Nonstop Seaside. Benefit of the Rail. Post 10 was a tough trip for him. Now he's got post 1, so much better post tonight. 5-4-1-2 for me. Kevin's at 1-4-2-5. Good luck. Race 2 Pacers head behind the wings of the starting gate. It's the first of two divisions for the Buckeye Stallion Series. $20,000 on the line for freshman Colton Gelding Pacers. And don't forget, race fans, from now until race 10, after the winning horse heads into the winner's circle, stand by the winner's circle to get a chance at a free t-shirt toss through race 10. And we'll have Plinko also downstairs by the promotions and program stand until 7:30. So go play Plinko. Off stride the one, nonstop Seaside. They're rough and pacing. Passing Gear first away, Crownosaurus showing speed, and Kintsugi down toward the inside. They're the first three into the opening turn. Corey Callahan and King on Campus come out racing in fourth as they circle the turn. Then it's Super Brett Miller with Rose Run Champ. Hear the Thunder and Total Sum, and far back to the breaker, Nonstop Seaside. Driving down the backstretch to the opening quarter, Passing Gear, the son of Down by the Seaside, a Carl Milstein Memorial winner, is out front here. Passing Gear leads by 2. Kintsugi is second, Crownosaurus in third, King on Campus fourth, opening quarter 28 3 fifth seconds. Rose Run Champ in line fifth, another son of Milstein Champ down by the Seaside. Then comes Here the Thunder and Total Sum, and far back to Nonstop Seaside. So they round the far turn for the first time, led up top by Passing Gear and Kane Kaufman, dictating the fractions, looking for his first career win. He leads the way. Off stride in the middle of the pack went Rose Run Champ. Rose Run Champ lost it. Kintsugi's got the two-hole trip behind the big favorite. Third in line, Crownosaurus. King on Campus is fourth. Improving one position goes Here the Thunder. Then Total Sum. They're off a half and 58-4, so it's a 30-1 second quarter. No excuse for Passing Gear from here. There's 3/8 to go. Kintsugi continues to race second. Crownosaurus third. King on Campus fourth. No change in the top four. Underway is Here the Thunder. He'll tip off the rail to try and commence a rally with Total Sum at the back. They drive to 3/4. Passing Gear the leader by 2.5. Kintsugi is second. On the outside, Crownosaurus is third. Needs to find 3 lengths. 3/4 posted, 127. Passing Gear has the lead by 2. Matching strides, Crownosaurus and Kintsugi. That's the team. They're second and third. Kintsugi along the rails. Very bumpy gated there on that turn, trying to hold it together. 5 lengths back, Here the Thunder. But at the top of the stretch, it's all about Passing Gear. Off the turn, Passing Gear drops from the Sire Stakes down to the Buckeye ranks and draws off with a 3.5 length score. Kintsugi home second, Crownosaurus third, King on Campus fourth, 154-3, 27-3 final quarter from Passing Gear. Returning back into the winner's circle goes number 4, Passing Gear. On by the Redline Racing Stables, Red Racer, Van Duzen, and Schrock. Trained and driven to victory by Kane Kaufman. 2-year-old Big Gelding by Down by the Seaside of the Jeremy's Jetmare, My Hair Lady, bred by Seven Lick Stables of Ohio. First career win for passing year, 154 and 3/5 seconds, taking $20,000 Buckeye Stallion Series. Son of 2017 Carl Milstein Memorial winner, Down by the Seaside, picks up the victory, 154 and 3. The result is official. We'll send it down to the winner's circle where Ayers Ratliff is standing by with winning trainer driver Kane Kaufman.
And we're here with winning driver and trainer Kane Kaufman, and you're no stranger to the Northfield Park Winner's Circle. In fact, 13 years ago, you were standing here winning the Battle of Lake Erie in 149-1, and that still stands as a track record today. I'm sure today doesn't quite compare to that, but this one has to feel pretty good with the horse that you trained and you broke yourself.
Yeah, and we've had some bumps in the roads with him. Brett done a fantastic job while I was down, and I just felt like I needed to sit behind him just to see what was going on from a race perspective. Things are different from training, but Brett done a great job bringing him along.
Now, you mentioned while you were down, I want to bring that up too. It hasn't been too long that you've been back in the bike, and I just want to go over kind of what your injuries were and how you are feeling today.
Yeah, I fractured my heel in 3 places, and I was non-weight bearing for 6 weeks, off 9 weeks. But things are healed up great. I feel great. It was kind of nice to have a break.
All right, well, congratulations, the rest of the card, and we do have some T-shirts too for you to throw out here in just a second.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Exacta $10.60, trifecta $36.20, daily double $54.60. Top down nonstop Seaside 7th, Kintsugi 2nd, King on Campus 4th, Passing Gear the winner, Rose Run Champ 8th, Crownosaurus 3rd, Here the Thunder 5th, Total Sum 6th. 724-183-56. Race 3 is up next. Put Austin Hanners on number 5, Fear My Heart. Filly Mare Pacers to the track for the third one is What Now, Jenny? Logan Ebersol for Wendy Cox and Harry Andrew Sheeters. Number 2 is Modern Q. Braden Rose for Michael Drunson, Horsepower on Hooves. 3, Incredible Claire. Aaron Merriman for Lanny Merriman. Douglas and Donna Giesman, the co-owners. 4, Blazing Dragon. Greg Grismore does the driving for owner-trainer John Semmelhack. Number 5 is Fear My Heart. Austin Hanners for Virgil Morgan Jr. and Larry Wills. Number 6, She at the High Note. Whitney Johnson trains for Ted and Patricia Schuss. They use Justin Irvine. 7, Century Kiss Me. Wyatt Farmer for Jessica Milner comes with Andrew Koblenz. 8, Ponda Model. John DeSantis owns. Ken Sherman trains Chris Lems in the Sulky. And number 9, Uptown Cali. Dan Noble for Peter Stratton and Donald McDonough Jr. Let's send it down to Kevin Plouch and Jess Otten for in-depth analysis, race number 3.
Thanks so much, Kenny. Living good. Super excited to be here, a part of Carl Milstein Memorial Night here at Northfield Park. Jess Gone alongside Kevin Ploucha. Kevin, a big night of racing on tap. 2 races in the book so far. Of course, we are highlighted by that $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial later on tonight.
That's right, Jess. Malillo looking to add his name to the Roll of Honor, pretty much, as we've seen a lot of different winners in this Glamour Boy division. No Al Papi for Malillo to contend with this time. He is the morning line favorite and will likely be an odds-on favorite for the Grade 2 $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial.
It's a really nice field conducted. I feel each and every year you guys are able to kind of pick out who really fits well in this race. But we'll get to that later on. Of course, we have a couple of older divisions as well for those Ohio sired horses. 2 really good shootout races. I think those are going to be.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you got the prohibitive favorites, I think, both from Post 8 in Battle Hill and Swingtown. Swingtown just the 1 win this year. Obviously, he's got a stablemate right next to him in Rick Wink. So a lot of them ready to take their shot, I think, against these favorites.
All right, let's dive deeper in here to race number 3. It's an overnight event, non-winners of 4. Very competitive field, in my opinion. You opted to stick with let me just flip to the right race here. The 5-horse Fear My Heart. Virgil Morgan teaming up with Austin Hanners. Changed that driver from David Miller. A third start off the bench, I think, might be key for her.
Yeah, I think so, too. The Buckeye obviously running a little late, so you pick up Austin Hanners. You draw a good post. It's not the winningest post anymore here at Northfield. That would be to the rail. But I think third start back for Fear My Heart. She's going to be handled aggressively and is likely going to get the best of this field.
I thought it was a really good rally last time out from Uptown Cali. She's going to have to battle through post 9 tonight. Of course, Dan Noble will take over the lines for the first time, if not in quite some time. But I really thought that effort last time out where she had post 7 was taken off of the gate, and I thought she charged home nicely. I think that she could get a chance to follow maybe a horse or 2 out of there that will get her involved earlier.
Yeah, I think so too. And Aaron did a good job getting what he could with her. She was racing between horses, and I think anybody that shifts from the Meadows, you see that 1750 last 4, you're going to have to go in like 53 and a piece most weeks. So I'm sure this now 9-year-old mare by Better Than Cheddar definitely enjoyed only having to go 55 to get third. So I think Noble will follow along and get a good piece.
I know we all use What Now, Jenny. She gets the rail to start with here tonight. Wendy Cox already has a win on the program. 777s for her in her last couple of starts. Never had a chance to really get involved in the race. Logan took back over the lines last time out, and I thought she raced quite well. She was 4th place third, but I still thought she had plenty of pace. You weren't getting the Girl Scout cookie on the front end. She was out to 60-1 that night. She's on the board right now at 8-1.
Yeah, not a bad price for her. As you see, 3 back, she lost to Adroit Hanover. Now her win streak came to an end. 777's just something you want to see over on the other side of the casino, but not exactly here. You see all the outside markings. She's trying to rally wide to get it into contention, but it's just so hard to do here from the back. Inside post, definitely a factor, I think.
Then you throw the 6 on your ticket. She hit the high note. Another one who's had just to have to overcome a couple of trips where she was taken off of the gate. I'm not quite sure what we'll see from her tonight, as she doesn't really show leaving a whole lot. She does show one effort where she was pointed towards the front and ended up getting parked the mile.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. The last time she left, she was parked the mile. She was actually the first 1-3 wide out of the same race where Uptown Cali finished third. Not sure what kind of trip she's going to get, but right now on the board at 24-1, as we see the odds-on favorite currently is Uptown Cali.
Excited to bring you all of the coverage all night long, as it is the Carl Milstein Memorial Race 3 up next. I'm going to try 5-9-1-7. Kenny is 1-9-3-6. Kevin's going to try 5-9-1-6. Good luck.
behind the gate for the third. Field of 9, Filly and Mare Pacers. Here they come. Sent on their way. Good start, Austin Hanners and Fear My Heart. Incredible Claire shows speed. And What Now Jenny down toward the inside. 3 in line as they circle turn number 1. Uptown Cali from the second tiers away in an early 4th. Modern Q mid-pack 5th. Grismore has Blazing Dragon 6th. Followed by She Hit the High Note, Century Kiss Me, and Pandamato at the back. Driving to the opening panel, 8-5, Respect to Fear My Heart, and she'll cross over and grab command. Incredible Claire second. Here's the favorite, Uptown Cali. She's moving now, quarter moving, 27-2. Uptown Cali going to try to clear the front. What Now Jenny is fourth, and 4 lengths off the speed in front of her. Modern Q is in front of Blazing Dragon. It's a length and a half more to She Hit the High Note, who's in front of Century Kiss Me, and Pandamato can see them all. And clearing to the top goes Uptown Cali. She'll cross over and clear a length and a half now. So the favorites are 1-2, with Fear My Heart in second. Incredible Claire slightly gapped at the cones in third as they come single file down to the halfway point in 56-1. 28-4 mid-race from Uptown Cali. Fear My Heart still second. Underway now. What Now Jenny, Fed Racetrack, flushed off the rail there by Blazing Dragon. Opting to stay in will be Incredible Claire and Modern Q. It's a gap of 2 lengths back to Century Kiss Me, 3 more to Pandamato, and going off stride when She Hit the High Note in the backfield. There's 3/8 of a mile to go. Uptown Cali leads by 2. Shaking the lines from Noble. Fear My Heart all out, trying to bridge the gap there from the pocket. What Now Jenny on the outside, not making much of an impression now. She's stalling. Incredible Claire's hemmed at her inside. 3 wide will be Blazing Dragon. 3/4, 125. Uptown Cali sneaking away. 3-length leader. Fear My Heart is all out in second. On the outside, What Now Jenny, 3 wide, Blazing Dragon. Century Kiss Me tries to rally between. At the inside, Incredible Claire, but they all are battling for second. Uptown Cali's long gone at the top of the stretch. Uptown Cali at 4-5, drawing off with complete authority. She won by 7 lengths. Fear My Heart's in a picture with Blazing Dragon second and third. What Now Jenny's fourth, 154-1. Returning back into the winner's circle comes number 9, Uptown Cali, owned by Donald McDougall Jr., trained by Peter Stratton. Dan Noble, the winning drive. She's a 9-year-old bay mare, but better than Cheddar out of the Dragon Again mare Midtown. Bred by Marie Breather of Ontario, Canada. 24th lifetime win. Second this season, 154-1. We'll send it down to the winner's circle. Ayers Ratliff has winning driver Dan Noble.
Standing by with winning driver Dan Noble, who just won that third race there, and going to talk about the big one tonight, the Carl Milstein Memorial, a race you have never won here at Northfield. You've won a lot of races here, but we've not won a Milstein yet. What do you think about your chances tonight?
Well, you know, of course, we're going to have a little luck in there. They're all good colts in this race, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of early speed.
Now, this horse is just coming off of a second-place finish, only beaten ahead. This horse does like to be on or near the front. Does that foreshadow any strategy for us tonight?
You know, you never know. I just got to feel the horse out. I did get a chance to talk to Dave, and we're just going to see how things work out.
All right, so again, very good luck here in the big Carl Milstein Memorial, driving the 6 Borderline Moby, and we're going to get you to throw some T-shirts out here as well. Thanks again, Dan.
Thanks.
Exacta 880, trifecta $105.80, superfecta $37.48. Top down to the third. What Now Jenny was fourth. Modern Q seventh. Incredible Claire fifth. Blazing Dragon third. Fear My Heart second. She Get the High Note did not finish. Century Kiss Me sixth. Ponda Model eighth. Uptown Cali the winner. 4.75. 3.2. DNF 6.81. Turn to the fourth. No changes. 8 minutes. Making their way to the track for tonight's 4th race. One, Caught You Daydreamin', Braden Rhodes for owner trainer Jessica Rogner. 2, Uptown Hanover, Dan Noble for Coy Ehrman and the Camp Equine Estates. 3, The Magical Woman, Wyatt Farmer for Shane Webb, Papio, Webb, and Webb. 4, Major Megan, Justin Irvine for Corey Kreiser and Amir Najer. Mario Wilson drives, trains, and cones with Marquise Hunter on the 5, Krytel Shadow, 6 down by the east side, Austin Hanners for Buck Holler, Brady Doyle, and Charles Symes. 7, Love That Smile, Aaron Merriman for Tisha Symes in the Big Fred stable. And the 8, Pam's for Rio, Chris Lems for Eddie Miller, cones with Ashley Miller.
Race 4 is up next. Fillies and Mares non-winners of 5,000. Kevin Plaucha, Jessica Otten back with you. And I think this is a very competitive field in here. We do have a 1-9 favorite in the 2, Uptown Hanover. Kevin, that's where you and I land in here. Corey Darman does the training. Dan Noble will take back over the lines in here. A right down the road winner at a lower level last time out. I think that was a much-needed confidence-boosting win. She was facing horses in the Fillies and Mares Open like Sweet Illusion and Huntress, along the likes of those. I think she can be competitive at this level if she gets a smooth journey, because she was at a similar level 2 back but never saw the rail.
Yeah, competitive. I'm not quite sure if that's the right way to describe this field, considering Uptown Hanover's 1-9. And you look back in her lines, 5 back, she was at this level in the 5,000 last 4, and she was second by just half a length to Princess Katie, who we'll see later from Post 8 in the Open. I think she fits very well here, and I think the trip's going to favor her, especially from an inside post. She's going to get to the lead likely as easily as she wants. But Major Megan was pretty good last time. I didn't expect her to pull away like she did, and that was at this level. So I think she could pose a real threat to the big favorite.
Yeah, she's rattling off a 2-race win streak in each one of those last efforts. She went from the non-winners of 2,500 up to the non-winners of 5,000, 54-1 last time out. That was a seasonal mark from her. She gets post 4 to work with. She's 8-1 on the board. I thought she beat a similar group last time out, so I'm surprised she's not taking any more action than what she is. Krytel Shadow, post 5 for Mario Wilson. She's coming off a second place finish out the middle half the mile. You look down, she was at a lower level 3 back where she went right down the road.
Yeah, I wonder how the trip's going to work out for her, though, because last time she was first over, but faded back to 4 lengths back behind Major Megan. And if she's going to be first over from, say, 4th or 5th, I'm not quite sure she'll be able to sustain it, but I did throw her in for 3rd just to add a little bit of value because she was second to Major Megan last time.
What do you make of down by the east side for Buck Holler and company? Post 7-2 back at the non-winners at $2,500 level. I thought she left good out of there, was able to get and secure a middle packed position, was 3rd behind a couple of nice horses in that outing. Last time out she had post 9, so she kind of lucked into a good position early on and then out the middle half the mile and just drew away from the field. She's going to have to overcome post 6 with maybe a couple of levers to her inside.
Yeah, she's a little bit in the same boat as Krytel Shadow, I think, where, I thought she got a good setup last time because they got to the half in 54-4. She beat Racing Glory in that race, who just came back to win. But I think she'll be up against it as well. If she's coming first or second over behind Uptown Hanover, who likely gets the fractions any way she wants, it could be tough for her. But she was good last time.
We kick off a $1 pick 3 here in race number 4. I'm going to try 2, 4, 5, 1. Kenny goes 1, 2, 4, 5. Kevin will go 2, 4, 5, 6. Good luck.
Starting car begins to roll. Here they come. They're rough and pacing. Uptown Hanover quick to break the line. Irvine's hustling Major Megan out of there. He wants to go after this big favorite early on. Major Megan stacked up 3 wide as Caught You Daydream and tries to hold the rail down. In between is Uptown Hanover, so they battle for early supremacy, but as expected, it's the favorite who wins the tussle, and Uptown Hanover puts her ears up and she takes over the lead as they head to the opening quarter. Call You Daydreamin' is racing in second. Major Megan is third. Love That Smile is fourth. They're followed by the Magical Woman, who's racing in fifth. Krytel's Shadow is sixth. Then it's down by the east side, and the trailer Pam's for Real. Opening quarter, 27 seconds flat. Uptown Hanover. And Dan Noble showing the way. Caught You Daydreamin' pocketed up second. Major Megan in third. 3.5 lengths off the leader. Love That Smile is racing up to be fourth, followed by the Magical Woman, who's racing in line fifth as they race down by us for the first time. Krytel's Shadow and down by the east side are pulling from sixth and seventh, and eighth is still Pam's for Real. Halfway home, 55 and 3/5 seconds, led up top by Uptown Hanover, trying to sneak away. Uptown Hanover suddenly's 5 in front. She bottomed out Caught You Daydreamin', who just couldn't keep up with Uptown Hanover. Love That Smile tries to pull first over into what looks like is going to be a big-time third quarter. Major Megan's bottled up, no place to go. From the back, fanning wide, goes down by the east side, outside of Krytel's Shadow, the Magical Woman, and Pam's for Real. But Uptown Hanover is putting on a show. She's 5 lengths in front. Uptown Hanover, 3 quarters, 1:23 and 1:27 and 3 in the third quarter from Uptown Hanover, who's in a league of their own with an eighth of a mile to go. Love That Smile is second. Krytel's Shadow emerging from the pack on for a slice, but no doubt about the winner. Uptown Hanover just crushed this field. If you bet 1 to 9, this is how you want it to happen. Uptown Hanover, easy winner down to the finish. She won by 10 in the end for a Noble double. Second goes to Love That Smile. Krytel's Shadow third. It's 2-7-5 and 151 and 1. Two, 7-5 and 6 down by the east side, fourth. Back into the winner's circle for a double. It's Dan Noble with the 2. Uptown Hanover over the Camp Equine Estates and trained by Corey DeArmond. She's an 8-year-old bay mare by Some Beach Somewhere to the Art Major mare Upside Surprise. Bred by Hanover Shoe Farms of Pennsylvania, 42nd lifetime win, 6th this season, 151-1, just a 5th off her lifetime best. It's a seasonal best. There's Ratliff in the winner's circle with Dan Noble with his second win on the card.
So we're standing by for round 2 with Dan Noble. He has now won back-to-back races. This one very impressive. How did she feel when you hit the backside there?
This filly here was real strong and still felt strong all the way to the wire there. The track is fast tonight.
Now, we talked last time about the Milstein itself. We're going to talk about the Charna here. You've got Charlie May. You have won the Charna twice. You won in 2021 with Ocean Rock, again last year with Paris's Dragon. Charlie May was a winner of the Milstein in 2021 and of this race in 2022. What do you think about his chances here tonight?
You know, in a perfect world, he should be able to get a good trip in there, and I believe Charlie should be right there at the end of the mile.
You know, he's a tough horse. He's won almost $2.5 million. He's got 37 lifetime wins. You drove him to a win last time out. He's 8 years old. How long do you think he's going to stay at this top level of competition?
You know, it's hard to say. These horses, they let us know as they go on. But I'm pretty sure Charlie should be able to stay at this level, hopefully for the next couple of years.
That's what we all hope, too. He's one of the favorites here in all of Ohio. Thank you very much, Dan Noble, and we're going to get you to throw some more T-shirts out.
Okay, thank you.
Number 2, Uptown Hanover, the winner. Good luck, Dan Noble drives $2.4 million man Charlie May in tonight's Myron Charna President's Pace. The result is official. Exacta $26.40, trifecta $167, superfecta $83.54.
So excited to be joined by Director of Racing Operations, Dave Banconi. First and foremost, Dave, a very nice card that you guys have conducted on tonight's program, a 15-race card, 3 invitationals. Just kind of maybe go over how you plan those, because it's a lot to get. Nice full fields of 9, of course, and then that $300,000 Milstein Memorial. They literally come from everywhere.
You know, every year I'm like, why do I do this to myself? Because it's a labor of love, don't get me wrong. But we changed the Milstein from a paid-in event to an invitational a few years back to get full fields and to be able to invite, anyone. And I do like to have a mix of horses coming from everywhere. That's kind of how this race is. But boy, oh boy, it was rough this year. The 3-year-olds this year, it's a bit of a jumble. Different horses won every Grand Circuit race, and a different one's going to win tonight because none of the other winners are in. So it looks great on paper, the 3 9-horse fields. Wasn't easy getting there.
No.
Was not easy getting there.
Well,
but
kudos to you and your team, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Let's talk about the other two, the older ones for the Ohio Sires. Of course, that Tom Aldridge Memorial Trot. He passed away earlier this year. I know he had a huge influence on people involved in harness racing, not only here at Northfield Park, but across the state of Ohio.
This was a tough one for me. It used to be the Tom Aldrich President's Trot,
Right.
and he was here. He passed away 2 months ago. We had to change it to Memorial, and this one, it hit me hard. I mean, Jessica, he hired me as a summer intern in 1991. Tom
Look at you now.
Aldrich. It's been a long internship, 35 years. I might get the full-time job pretty soon. But I owe Tom, my career, essentially, and a lot of people here. This is definitely a sad night for a lot of us that it's now the Memorial, but it's a great field. There are really no Grand Circuit older Ohio trotters this year. There are a lot of good horses, and
I think that makes it more competitive.
Right. So it's a good field, but there's no, Grand Circuit horse that stands out in this race.
And then what about the Myron Charna President's Pace? Before I let you talk about him, I wanted to read this because I just thought it was so encouraging. It says, Charna prized loyalty, hard work, and resilience. He believed in second chances and would not hesitate to go and bat for his employees whom he felt were unrecognized, underappreciated, or going through a difficult personal or professional time. You can't hold a person down, he would say, and that often humane concern he carried throughout the day. I think that speaks volume for just the kind of person he is.
A great guy and still hanging around. I think he's 95 or 96. Not going to be able to make it out here tonight, but I worked for him, Tom Aldrich, and Carl Milstein when I got here. So, it was like, the best. I learned from the best, so it was great. And a great field again in this one. A couple of the Grand Circuit horses raced at Hoosier last night in by the Missile and Harrisburg Heist. But Burke has so many. He's got
you got Swingtown and Rick Wink.
Right. And, Charlie May, I'm glad to see him in here. The horse from the rail.
Clever Cody.
Yes, Clever Cody, a 2-time Sire Stakes champ. This is a really good race.
So you're looking forward to those big three coming up.
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks for taking time out of your night. Thanks for having me. And I guess good luck to everybody racing on tonight's program.
Thanks again, Jess, for coming.
On track for race number 5, the one is Rockabilly Cockshut, Brett Miller for owner trainer Jessica Rogner. 2, Ribbon Ridge, Tyler Angus for Jessica Milner, Cohen's with Andy Koblenz. 3, Bet On Station, Dan Noble for Heather France, Sarah and Ray Potts co-own. Number 4, Beach Babe Hanover, Justin Irvine for Sam Scalacci, Scalacci Stables, John Manning, Sam Bova Racing, and Howard Burke. 5, Molly's Ace, Braden Rhodes for Corey Ehrman, Cones of the Cap Equine Estates. Aaron Merriman on the 6, Angel at Your Feet, Henry Raber Jr. trains for the Indiana Stables, Baldacchino, Rosenthal, and Back Road Stables. 7, Queen of Fear, Ashley Miller and Dr. Michael Latessa co-own. Eddie Miller trains with these services of Chris Lems. Number 8, Polk Salad Annie, Wyatt Farmer for Kurt Sugg and Adam Friedland. And the 9, Birdie Said, Ronnie Wren Jr. for Ron Burke, Burke Racing, Weaver Buscemi, and Rich Lombardo Racing. We are 4 races in the books on a wonderful Saturday night for live racing. We just heard Director of Racing Dave Bianconi talk about our 3 big events: $100,000 Tom Aldrich President's Trot, the $100,000 Myron Charna President's Pace, and the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. 3 big stakes events on tonight's card, and we're joined by Ayers Ratliff with Winner's Circle interviews, and we have Jess Otten and Kevin Plaucha in the clubhouse with further in-depth analysis on each of our cards, and they'll be coming up here momentarily to take a look at race number 5. I do know Jess has a strong opinion in here with number 3, Bet On Station. We'll send it down to them here in just a moment.
Race 5 is up next, Kevin. Now we're to 6,500 for those fillies and mares on the pace. And you're going to land on a horse who's going to offer some value in here. 9-1 on the board on Rockabilly Cockshut. She's coming off a pocket-sitting win last time out. Lower level, but still confidence-boosting win.
Well, Jess, I could say the same about you with your top pick right now on the board at 6-1, but I thought Rockabilly Cockshut was very good out of the pocket last time. It's a double jumping class, but she's been racing at this level before, and I thought doing okay back in the month of July. I think if Brett Miller gets her away in decent order, I think she could be liable to do the same thing again right now on the board at 9-1, which I would gladly take.
I think I'll ask you about my top choice just to get your opinion on that. Bet On Station for Heather France. The hot hands of Dan Noble is going to take over the driving here. She's been facing that tough non-winners of 10 down at Scioto Downs. Last 2 efforts may have not been her best, but prior to that bold number, she just owns that 1 lone win on the program page. I'm curious to see what moving to this class level will do at smaller track, and you're picking up Dan Noble.
Yeah, I mean, look, it all sounds good on paper, and I know 2 starts ago she lost to Riley, too, who came back and finished a strong second the other night at Scioto. So certainly a contender. It's just I think this race is full of contenders, and I had to throw somebody out. I could say the same thing about Molly's Ace, who right now I think is way too high on the board at 21-1, dropping from opens. Look, I think Bet On Station's a nice mare. You get Dan Noble, obviously, who's won the last 2 and could have her forwardly placed. So I think she's another contender. I just opted not to use her tonight.
We both used the 9 underneath Birdie Said for the Ron Burke Bart. She's dropping out of the opens as well. She picked up a 4th place finish last time out. She hasn't really taken a whole lot of money on the tote board, aside from that 1 lone win back at Scioto on the 2nd of July. But aside from that, she really hasn't taken a whole lot of action. She's taking action tonight.
Yeah, she's very tricky because I really like her as a mare. I think she's had a very good season. But I think around this track, she has a tendency to just hang a little bit whenever she's not quite able to push past the leaders. So if she tries an outside move, it might leave her just a little bit susceptible in the late stages. I still threw her in for second, but I think 5-2, I think there's other value elsewhere.
Use the 4 underneath Beach Babe Hanover for the Sam Scalacci outfit. In between stakes assignments, I'm going to assume here, she did face an hours of 6,500 2 back, never really had a chance to race until late. She picked up a 3rd place finish. She's been ultra consistent this year as well. 12 starts, 3 wins, 7 additional on the board hits.
Yeah, well, she never had a chance to get involved. I'm not sure if that's quite fair. It's just she was between stakes tries. And if that's the same thing again, I thought she was kind of the X factor in here for that reason. It's just a matter of if she's going to get a chance to race. And, with other engagements down the line, I'm not necessarily sure if they'll be all out here.
We both like the 6 Angel at Your Feet. As I look over at the tote board, that's the even money favorite for the Henry Graber Jr. outfit. Erin Merriman's going to take over the lines tonight. Took her off of Lasix a couple of starts ago at Hoosier Park. Went over to Scioto right down the road. 51-1 by 5 in hand. She's going to try the half mile tonight.
Yeah, since the return of Erin Merriman recently, I've seen him go down the road at least 5 times, and I've turned to announcer Kenny Livigan and said, well, that's a classic Merriman drive, and we could get it again here, taking significant support right now, even money. Draws a post that's not as winningest of a post here at Northfield Park, but Merriman can generate a lot of early speed and could go down the road again.
Race 5 is up next. Kevin goes 1-9-4-6. Kenny's going to go 9-1-2-3. I'll try 3-4-9-6. Good luck.
Recall lights are on here for the 5th. Recall lights are on. Recall charges the 4 Beach Babe Hanover broken equipment. Slight delay for the 5th. 4, Beach Babe Hanover's back to the track, and we'll try this again. Race 5, Filly and Mare Pacers behind the wings of the starting gate. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Pretty level beginning from the inside. 5 of them leaving. Bet on Station shows speed. Rockabilly Cockshut does as well. Ribbon Ridge is taken back. Merriman pushing forward. The Angel at your feet. And Birdie said from the second tier is not far away. She's mixing it up as well. That's the top quintet. Irvine and Beach Babe Hanover come out 4th last. Then Molly's Ace 3rd last. Queen of Fear and Polk's Out Any are the long shot trailers as they make their way to the opening panel. Bet on Station comes away with the lead. Hung out to dry on the outside is Angel at your feet. She's parked second through a 27-2 opening panel. Rockabilly Cockshot right there 3rd. Birdie said in line 4th. Then comes Ribbon Ridge, mid-flight racing 5th. 5 lengths off the leaders. Birdie said just angled off the pylons and got rough. Birdie said is off stride. She lost it when she tried to come to the outside and follow Angel at your feet. Beach Babe Hanover now angles off the pylon. She'll try to move up outside of Ribbon Ridge as they race down by us. Then Molly's Ace, followed by Queen of Fear and Polk's Out Any, and Birdie said still galloping halfway home in 56 seconds. Bet on Station inside, and Noble, Angel at your feet, and Merriman outside. They continue to be locked up, heads apart, and sparring with 3/8 to go. Rockabilly Cockshot, Dream Trip at the inside. Ready to roll off cover. Beach Babe Hanover right into contention. Only 3.5 away, and she flips 3 high, entering the backstretch. Molly's Ace moves up outside of Ribbon Ridge. Then comes Queen of Fear and Polk Salad Annie. They make their way to 3/4. Bet on Station, the leader. Angel at your feet, stalled between. Rockabilly Cockshot down at the inside. Out wide, Beach Babe Hanover. But it's Bet on Station past 3/4 and 123-3. 27-3 third quarter. Around the far turn they go. Bet on Station by 3 lengths. Rockabilly Cockshut is second as she tries to close in, but they're not gaining much ground on Bet on Station. Off the turn into the stretch drive, Bet on Station with the lead. Give Noble a triple. Jess Otten, best bet, goes down the road to win by 5 lengths in the end. Up second goes Ribbon Ridge. Tight third. It could have been Polk's Out Annie, who came from the clouds outside of Rockabilly Cockshut, 152-4. Judges post 3, 2, 8, and 1 unofficial. In the winner's circle, the 3, Bet on Station, owned by Sarah Potts and Raymond Potts, trained by Heather France. Dan Noble for a triple. This is a 4-year-old bay mare by Bettor's Wish out of the Sun Beach somewhere, mare Kennard Hanover. 10th lifetime win, second this season, 152-4. It's official 3281. Exacta $172. Trifecta $7,659.60. Pick four $20.30. Trifecta $10,028.14. Top down, Rocket League Conchshot fourth, Ribbon Ridge second, Bet on Station, the winner, Beach Babe Hanover eighth, Molly's ace seventh, Angel at your feet fifth, Queen of Fear sixth, Polk's out Annie third, Birdie said ninth, 421, 875, 639. Mid card pick five time. It's race number 6, open to Pacers, 3 minutes. Open 2 Pacers head out to the track. 1 Janelle Granny. James Day drives and trains for Power Play Racing 87. 2 Nighthawk. Ronnie Wren Jr. for Ron Burke. Burke Racing. Stable Weaver Buscemi and Rich Lombardo Racing. Austin Hanners on the 3. Why Not Now for Todd Luther and Greg Luther Racing. Number 4 is Lunar. Aaron Merriman for Chris Ricker. Dino LaCastro in the NDF stables. 5 Koopa Loop. Justin Irvine for Nathan Alexander and Lawrence Angelo Jr. 6 is Quick Trick. Dan Noble for Jeff Conger. Cones with the Knox Services. Number 7, Ultimate Catch. Chris Slims for Scott Cox, Wayne Mash Jr., and Jason Ash. David Doubleman and Kathy Desert co-own the 8, Tugging on My Heart. Sean Smith Peters trains. Eric Tharps Jr. does the driving. Mid-card pick 5 time. Open 2 Pacers. Kick off a sequence of strong races. Open 2, then an open pace. Then we have an open pace filly and mares mixed in there, Buckeye Stallion Series, and then the $100,000 Tom Aldrich Memorial Trot. So a lot of good races coming up here in the 6th. I ultimately did take a shot with Janelle Granny from the rail. I think he's going to get a good trip. I'm hoping James is very aggressive from post 8 last week, gets the rail tonight. So I hope he's super aggressive from that inside to secure a good early spot. Race that should be dominated on the front, I think, and it's a track that's playing where you want to be forward right now. So I'm going to key the 1 Janelle Granny on top. Good luck if you're playing this mid-card pick 5. It's a great betting sequence.
Well, Kevin, I was glad I was right about Bet On Station coming to the half with getting Dan Noble.
Yeah, you got 3-1. It's fine. I'm a little bit salty that Rockabilly Cockshot couldn't quite sustain from the pocket, but I got the drive I wanted, so I'm not too disappointed.
I loved 3-1 on Bet On Station. But on we roll. Race 6 is up next. It is the Open 2 Pace. It does kick off that $1 pick 5 sequence. Races 6 through 10, a very nice field here, a field of 8. Kevin, you land on the 4. Lunar for the Chris Rickert Barton, coming out of the same type of class last time out. 3rd start off the bench after a little bit of a layoff. 7 of 13 so far this season.
Yeah, 3rd start back for a horse that I like quite a bit here. He gets around, he's usually a 5/8 starling, but he showed last week in the Open 2. I thought he raced pretty good. He was 3 wide and was still making up ground late, so I'll try him on top right now at a price of 8-1.
Why Not Now gets to start 1 to his inside for Todd Luther, Austin Hanners. This guy's been racing in some pretty competitive open-type ranks down at Scioto Downs, Abach, Muffro Joe, Joel Z. Hanover, horses along the likes of that win-loser draw. He just hasn't had that late punch the last couple of starts. Does own a win at non-winners of 8,000 level a couple of starts back. Good post to work with. Maybe a little bit of a softer field than what he's been facing.
Yeah, well, don't let that 1 for 15 fool you, because he started his season out down at Yonkers in the Borgata, so he really hasn't gotten any kind of class relief all year. Gets it here, though, I think. Right now on the board, it's 7-2. I actually kind of like that price on Why Not Now.
Let's talk about the favorite. That is Nighthawk, 8-5 on the board. Ronnie Wren Jr. teaming up with Ron Burke, coming off a 2nd place finish right here at this level last time out. It's been well-traveled. Oak Grove, the Meadows, racing up and down, non-winners of 6,500 into that open class, 3 of 18. He's got some good early speed to get him well positioned off of the gate.
Yeah, he does, and he's a classy horse for Burke, and Ronnie Wren gets the call. But I thought he was a touch flat last week. Now, that might not be fair to him, considering Cupid Shuffle was extremely good in that race. But I thought he was just a touch flat, and if he gets away well, I'm not sure he'll be able to sustain it if others are bringing similar punches. So I threw him underneath.
You also throw a 3-year-old on your ticket as well. The ultimate catch from the Scott Cox barn. Chris Lems does the driving, his regular pilot, of course. One of my favorite duos here in the state of Ohio, especially on that Sire Stakes circuit. Not a whole lot of luck last time out at the Ohio State Fair down at Scioto. He did pace home quite nicely to pick up some pieces at the end of the mile. They get a 4th, 6 of 12. He's a 3-year-old. He's got post 7. Tough group, but he's pretty sharp.
He is pretty sharp. He's one of my favorite horses in the Scott Cox barn, and they're not afraid to race him against older horses. In that non-winners of 4, he was given an aggressive steer. Even in that non-winners of 8,000 last 4 against the likes of Spirit's Happy Ending and Cruising Along, he got an aggressive steer. It's going to be tougher from this outside post, but he's a horse that I think could provide some value in trifectas and superfectas just because of how nicely he can pace home.
I'm going to ask you about one more. The horse that starts from the rail, Janelle Graney. He's taking some action right now. 7-1 on the morning line, 5-2 on the board right now. He's had a battle from some outside posts when he's in against these top-level horses. When he gets to drop down to maybe the non-winners at 10,000, he's used aggressively off of the 8. He now gets to start from the rail. We haven't seen him start from this good of a post at this level in quite some time. We know he has good early speed.
Yeah, look, maybe I overlooked him here drawing the rail, but that's a chance I'm willing to take right now. Taking significant support at 5-2. I know announcer Kenny likes him, and he is likely going to use some early speed from the rail. I'll just opt to play against him tonight.
Race 6 is up next. It kicks off that $1 pick 5. It's the Open to a field of 8. I'll try 2-4-6-3-6. Kenny goes 1-4-2-3. Kevin goes 5-4-3-7-2. Good luck.
Starter call, Open to Pacers and beyond the wings of the starting gate. The field of 8 swinging to the stretch. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Janelle Granny first away from his inside starting spot. Nighthawk on the outside showing a bit of early speed. Why Not Now drops down to the inside to race in third. Lunar comes out racing in fourth. They're followed by Koopaloop, who's racing up to be fifth. Quick Trick is sixth. Ultimate Catch is seventh. And Tugging on My Heart is eighth and last as they step onto the backstretch and make their way up to the opening quarter. It's Nighthawk and Ronnie Wren Jr. showing the way. Janelle Granny is pocketed up, coming through for $1 off an opening quarter in 28 and a fifth. Why Not Now is third. Lunar is fourth. Koopaloop racing fifth. Quick Trick is sixth. Ultimate Catch is seventh. And Tugging on My Heart is eighth and last. They round the far turn for the first time. It's Nighthawk and Ronnie Wren Jr. They pave the way here, leading Janelle Granny, the two-hole sitter. Why Not Now racing in third. Lunar's in line fourth. Koopaloop in line fifth. No movement. Quick Trick, Ultimate Catch, and Tugging on My Heart. Everyone happy with their positions behind these two favorites up front as they get down to a half and 57 and 2. It's a 29 and 1 second quarter. Nighthawk leads the way. Janelle Granny pocketed up. Good trip. Lunar on the outside, uncovered for Merriman, and he's coming with a rush now. Lunar right alongside Nighthawk, and it's vintage Northfield Park. Wren and Merriman go at it with 3/8 to go. Lunar on the outside, pokes ahead in front. Nighthawk trying to battle back, benefit of the rail. Janelle Granny deciding where he wants to race. He's trapped in behind Nighthawk, who's stopping a touch in front of him as Lunar just blitzed to the front at 6-1. 3/4 posted on the board. 124 and 2. 27 third quarter. Huge speed from Lunar in the third quarter. On the outside, it's Koopaloop who's starting to cut into the margin. Then Why Not Now? Nighthawk just couldn't sustain the speed. Janelle Granny got a bad shuffle in that exchange. They turn for home. Lunar with the lead. Leads a length and a half. Koopaloop on the outside. Why Not Now charging home. It's Lunar deep stretch. Why Not Now up into second. Lunar or Why Not Now? Lunar! He's a 6-1 winner. He turned away Why Not Now, who was closing late. Koopaloop settles for third. 152 and 2. What a second lap from Lunar. Number 4, Lunar first. 4-3-5-6 unofficial. Four, 3, 5, 6 posted on the board, the unofficial order of finish. Headed back into the winner's circle comes number 4, Lunar. Lunar's owned by Dino Locastro in the NDF stables, trained by Chris Ricker, and driven to victory by Aaron Merriman. 8-year-old Big Yelling by Sweet Lou out of the Rock and Roll Hanover mare. Crescent City, bred by Diamond Creek Farms of Kentucky. 32nd lifetime win, and 8th this season, 152 and 2. The result of race number 6 is official, and it's so nice to be able to say this. We're going to send it down to the winner's circle where Ayers Ratliff is interviewing winning driver Aaron Merriman, who was our interviewer just a couple of months ago. Welcome back, Aaron.
All right, we are down here in the winner's circle with winning driver Aaron Merriman, who has no stranger to the winner's circle here at Northfield Park. He's been the leading driver here for so many years and won not only the Northfield driving title, but the national driving title. I don't even know how many times. How many times have you won the national title?
11, because my man Roger Houston will remind you, he was there the other day, but we need guys like that, kind of keep your stats. I try not to look. So, yeah, I guess 11 years straight.
Now, this horse here, that third quarter was just absolutely brutal, where you just rolled. And how was he feeling there, and how did he feel coming home then?
I mean, I felt like he was a little tired. He's such a big, strong horse. I raced him a bunch of times at the Meadows. He really likes to race off a helmet and kind of brush him. So it was actually the trip I really wanted. I wanted to be first over, and hopefully that happened. I get to clear and he kind of swells up. Just nice horse. I didn't know if he could get around a half. And last week, I don't know if people must not have watched him race, but he was phenomenal last week.
Now this, looking ahead of tonight, the 12th race, the big $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial, you're on Ballroom Affair, which is a horse that really is untested at these high levels of competition. What have you heard from the connections, and do you think he's ready to step up and take on the big boys tonight?
I don't know. It looked like he's raced on a half a couple times, so that helps. A great barn, great trainer. I talked to Joe today. He just, he thinks he'll follow. I'm probably not going to be on the front end. He kind of wants to see what he's about, so this is a great spot for him. They go for good money. It's a good track. Like I said, great trainer. So we're in a good spot.
Now, before we let you go, we're going to ask you about your injuries here and how are you feeling and coming back. It's great to have you back here in the winner's circle, but you were out for quite a while, and talk a little bit about your injuries and your road back here.
Yeah, I've been out for longer, but this was very, very tedious. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of a broken scapula, but it was very, very bad. So if anybody ever breaks their scapula, just hang on. I ended up having 8 broken ribs, a broken clavicle too, and that really never even bothered me that much besides my arm. But my body is a great healer, so that helped. I didn't really have a whole lot of stress. I got to relax a lot. My dog really liked it, and a lot of people there and to see me and say hi. So it was okay. I'm happy to be back. A little indifferent. I was kind of not getting used to sitting at home, but it's nice to have a little bit of time.
Great to see you back here in the winner's circle, and I'm sure you're going to see you back here a whole bunch more times.
That'd be ideal. Thank you.
Exacta $53. The trifecta $628.80. Pick 3 $33.90. We have a driver change being announced for the first time in race 14. Number 4, Sporty Tino. Make the driver Tyler Angus. That's race 14, number 4. Complete order of finish. Janelle Granny 5th. Nighthawk 7th. Why Not Now 2nd. Lunar the winner. Koopaloop 3rd. Quick Trick 4th. Ultimate Catch 6th. Tugging on My Heart 8th. 5, 7, 2. 1, 3, 4. 6, 8 on the bottom. Race number 7 is next. It's the Filly and Mares. Open pace. It's 5 minutes away. Filly and Mare Open Pacers to the track. 1 Tequila Time. Wyatt Farmer for owner trainer Jessica Rogner. 2 Custom Special. Austin Hanners for Corey Darman. Cones the Cap Equine Estates. 3 Mikado. James Day drives and trains for Power Play Farms. 4 Seaside Party. Aaron Merriman up for Heather France and Todd's Auto. Number 5 is Fun to Love. Chris Lems for Sam Scalacci, the Scalacci Stables. Sam Bova Racing in Super Mile. 7 Ultimate Chair. 6 Seaside Diva. Ronnie Run Jr. for Ron Burke. Burke Racing. Weaver Buscemi Knox Services and Let It Ride Stables. 7 Ultimate Challenge. Dan Noble for Christy Noble and James Morris. 8 Princess Katie. Johnston Irvine. For Sam Scalacci, Scalacci Stables, John Manning and Sam Bova Racing in the 9 Fearless Better. Cap Equine and Corey Darman co-own. Corey Darman trains. Brett Miller in the sulky. $20,500 on the line. Filly and Mare Open Pace. Last week's winner, Princess Katie, off a dominant 4-length score. She's got the 8-hole tonight. Seaside Diva returns after some races at Yonkers and comes off a 7th in the State Fair aged event. $1.2 million earner. Nice co-featured event. This Filly and Mare Open Pace coming up here in a few minutes. Good luck.
Fillies and Mares Open Pace is up next, Kevin. A very nice field here. Field of 9, competitive as well. A couple of horses that have been racing good at this level, draw towards the outside of the pack. We'll start with your top choice in here. That's going to be the 9. Second steer starter for Fearless Better coming out of the Corey Darman barn. Second start for the barn.
That's Kenny's top pick, I think. My top pick is Princess Katie right now. 8-1, which I think is about right considering the outside post. Going to be a little bit tough for her to get into the mix, I think, but with all the speed to the inside, it might force a couple of these to the outside to be parked for the mile, and Princess Katie could be parked but have some nice flowing cover. Right now she's 8-1. I think that's worth a shot.
She's parked past the quarter last time out, 26-3. She kind of let him get to her during that middle half of the mile and then basically was toying with him up the backside. She sprinted away 27-4 at the end of it. I thought that was a really good pocket sitting effort down at Scioto, 50-1, 26-3. Just curious to see what's going to happen with a bunch of speed to her inside as well. I do want to ask you about Fearless Better, though. That's why I started with that. Second start for the barn. Second start off a little bit of a layoff, and I thought she raced good last time out. I know she was parked every step of the way. I think she'll get a much smoother journey from post 9.
Yeah, I think so, too. It's just a matter of, is she going to be able to get to the outside? Because if there's a couple horses parked, she might be forced to take a little bit of the Northfield shuffle, as it's coined here, and may not be able to get to the outside. But if she does, I think she's going to have plenty of pace in front of her. Second start back now for a new barn that wins at a very high clip. So I think she's interesting.
You also used the 7 on your ticket Ultimate Challenge. I like this one on top, actually, for the Noble Crew. Comes off of a win last time out, got away good early on, and then just kind of sprinted home. Got the job done. She's got a lot of bold numbers up and down the program page. She shows good early speed. She shows tracking them, so I think that versatility is going to be to her advantage from post 7 in here. She's 3 of 7 so far in her 7-year-old campaign. Just 2 starts last year, so she's been lightly raced.
Yeah, she is, and I start to wonder as more starts pile up on her card this year, how sound they'll be able to keep her as just the 7 starts this year for a 7-year-old mare now with just 24 lifetime starts. So curious to see from this outside post if she's going to just be able to keep going those big miles that she has. Last time she got a good setup when the leader just kept going and going, and she was able to pull and get the job done. Not so sure it's going to be that easy this time, but I did throw her in because of the Noble connections.
We'll talk about the favorite. That's the 6, Seaside Diva. I really liked her in that spot last time out for that aged mares Ohio State Fair, the inaugural one for all the older horses, interfered with at the start with that trailing post, and it really did kind of forced Chris Page to take up abruptly and move around. So that was unfortunate, but I think that she's just going to really appreciate a softer bunch in here.
Yeah, I think she is too, and she stuck around after that interference and after that outside move. She stuck around to be second, as you see there at the top of the stretch. So she was holding her own pretty well there in that race, and definitely more of an invitational type field that she has loved to face down at Yonkers. I think she'll be good here, and the Ren for Burke has to strike eventually on this card, you would think.
Yes, and this is a Super I-5 race, so I'll ask you about your 5th choice in here. That's Mikado from Post 3. The James Day outfit recently added Lasix 4 starts ago. Pocket sitting Churney behind Princess Katie last time out. It's almost a mixed bag of what you're going to get from her. When she's good, she's real good. When she doesn't want to cooperate, she's going to tell you.
Yeah, but, she does her work every week. Getting 4th and 5th as consistently as she does at this top level is no small feat. She was second last time out behind Princess Katie, so she's been very good, I think, and I threw her in for 5th. She's just a very, very nice mare. Only 4 years old, so she's got a lot of racing left in her career.
I'm going to throw a curveball at you. Heather France sent one down the road with Bet On Station earlier. Seaside Party gets Post 4, gets Erin Merriman, who just visited the winner's circle that last race. She's 4 for 20 in her 6-year-old campaign. Plenty of bold numbers on her page as well. Maybe just a little flat last time out down at Scioto. That now wears up 11.5, but she's been facing those fillies and mares open company over at the Meadows, and she's been holding her own and against horses like Rose and in time of the season, Foxy Hill. So she's been keeping good company. She can pace in 50. She's best, I think, when she can sit and stalk, and it might set up for that.
Yeah, it really might, honestly. But Jess, as we've been saying, just so much early speed here. It's kind of hard to predict who's going to get what position. Obviously, last race, the top 2 weren't able to hold their spots. So even if a couple to the outside, like Seaside Diva, maybe gets to the lead, who's to say she'll be able to keep it? But Seaside Party might be first to the lead. It's just a matter of if she gets shuffled or not.
20-cent Super High Five coming up in race 7. It's a fillies and mares open pace. Field of 9. We have the 6 to 5 or 8 to 5. I think it says 8 to 5. My eyes are getting bad. 8 to 5. Clear favorite on the 6 Seaside Diva. Kenny goes 9, 6, 8, 7. I'll try 7, 6, 8, 9. Kevin goes 8, 7, 9, 6. Good luck.
Filly mare open pace just behind the wings of the starting gate. The field of 9, swinging to the stretch, filling mare open pace, $20,500 on the line. Here they come. They are off and pacing. Good starts from Custom Special and Tequila Time toward the inside. Seaside Party and Seaside Diva both trying to leave. Ultimate Challenge is stacked up wide in the initial stages, and from the second tier, Fearless Better. Then comes Mikado. Out the back are the Barnmates, Fun to Love, and Princess Katie. They're 8th and 9th as they have a real battle going on up front. Ultimate Challenge 3 wide outside of Seaside Diva. They're both going on and trying to take over from Seaside Party, who's going to release both of them right now and get away in third. Opening quarter 27 and 1. It wasn't quick, but it was certainly very contested as Ultimate Challenge clears to the front. Ultimate Challenge takes over. Seaside Diva pocketed up. Seaside Party third. Tequila Time is fourth. In line fifth for Cuz I'm Special as Brett Miller right lines Fearless Better from 6. She moves up outside of her barn buddy. Then Mikado, Fun to Love, and Princess Katie. Down to the half they come, chasing Dan Noble in Ultimate Challenge. The lead a length and a quarter. Did get stretched out a bit to make the lead, though. The half's up in 56 flat. Seaside Diva second. Seaside Party third. Uncovered trip for Fearless Better. She didn't get an ounce of help, so she'll do it all uncovered tonight. Towing on her back, Fun to Love and Princess Katie. Meanwhile, Tequila Time and Cuz I'm Special are bottled up and shuffled, and Mikado was shuffled to 9th on that exchange. Now moves 4th over. 5 in, 4 out. They're paired up behind Ultimate Challenge. Ultimate Challenge leads the way to the midpoint of the backstretch. Seaside Diva, look at the hold Ronnie Wren Jr. has of Seaside Diva, but he's locked in by Fearless Better on the outside. 3/4, 124 and 2. Seaside Party hemmed in a 3-hole. Then Fun to Love. Princess Katie trying to wind it up from the back. She's sent wide for Irvine. Mikado is next outside of Tequila Time. Cuz I'm Special, a trailer. Ultimate Challenge still has the lead. Wren just kicked the plugs out on Seaside Diva as she'll dive into the inside. Fearless Better on the outside. Off cover, Princess Katie charging home. Up the inside, Seaside Diva. Princess Katie, Ultimate Challenge. Seaside Diva won it. Seaside Diva wins. Princess Katie second. Ultimate Challenge third. Fearless Better fourth. 153 and 2. See Ronnie Wren making his way back to the winner's circle with the 6 Seaside Diva. Right next to him is number 2, Malillo. That's the horse Ronnie will be driving in the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. So Malillo is out on track right now, just about to make his way in front of the grandstand. Right next to number 6, Seaside Diva and Ronnie Wren Jr. Seaside Diva's trained by Ron Burke. The Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Chevy, Knox Services, and Let It Ride Stables, the co-owners. A 5-year-old bay mare by down by the Seaside. Out of the Real Desire mare, Real Diva. Homebred. 27th lifetime win, 3rd this season. Seaside Diva, over $1.2 million in earnings. The daughter of Down by the Seaside. That 2017 Carl Milstein Memorial winner just continues to produce as a stallion. What a party joining Ronnie Wren Jr. in the winner's circle. The result of 6, 8, 7, 9, and 4 is official. Some horses on track that'll be competing in tonight's Tom Aldrich Memorial Trot. Just went by us. And once we clear the winner's circle of all Ronnie Wren's family and friends, we'll be able to send it downstairs to him. There's Ratliff standing in the winner's circle. Winning driver Ronnie Wren Jr., who pilots the expected favorite in tonight's Milstein, number 2, Malillo. Here's Ronnie.
All right, down here in the winner's circle with both Ronnie and Mayla Wren, and it's got to feel good holding your baby girl here in the winner's circle, watching Daddy win races here.
Oh yeah, she's my biggest cheerleader, and it's always nice to come back home. I don't race here very often anymore, but I started my career here, and I'm happy to be home.
So looking ahead to the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial, does it feel better or does it more pressure when you're coming in as the 7-5 favorite?
You feel a bit more pressure, but I love it. That's what I want. I mean, I think every driver wants to drive the favorite in the race, so I'm looking forward to it.
So what are you looking forward to here to Malillo? You're coming off of a big adios where you just got beat at the wire, hard charging, just missed there. What do you think about your chances tonight?
I think the horse is a big shot. He's a great horse. He's been battling against some of the best horses in the country. Drew the 2-hole, but it's a tough field. It's a great group of horses, good group of drivers, so we'll see.
Well, you've drawn well. The track is in excellent shape tonight, and best of luck here with Malillo, and we're going to have you throw out some T-shirts here now that you've won this one.
All right, thanks, Ayers.
This result is official. We will have a slight delay here. We're in a tote delay, so apologies for the delay. We'll have prices as soon as we have them. 68794. The official order of finish is Tequila Time 6th, because I'm special 8th. Mikado 7th, Seaside Party 5th. Fun to Love 9th, Seaside Diva the winner. Ultimate Challenge 3rd, Princess Katie 2nd, Fearless Better 4th. 687-591, 324, 8th race, Open Pacers. So we just saw the filly and mares. Let's go to the boys for the Open Pace for $20,500. In just a few minutes, it does kick off a pick 6. Exacta returns $21, Trifecta $71.20, High Five $115.28. 4 minutes to tonight's 8th race, Open Pacers. On track for tonight's 8th, the one is Wicked Character, Ronnie Wren Jr. for Ron Burke, the Burke Racing, Stable of Buscemi, and Winterwood Farms. 2 Pocket the Cash, Scalacci Stables, St. John Manning, and Sam Bova Racing, the co-owners. Sam Scalacci trains Braden Rhodes in the sulky. Number 3 is Fear the Hate, Yannick Gingras for Ron Burke, the Burke Racing, Stable of Buscemi, and Knox Services. 4 Master Yossi, Chris Lems for Sam Scalacci, Scalacci Stables, John Manning, and Sam Bova Racing, co-owned with Joel Warner. 5 Cupid Shuffle, Aaron Merriman for Jessica Milner, cones with Andy Koblenz, Ayers Ratliff, and Ed Weber. 6 Lake Charles, Justin Irvine for Paul Holtzman and Amir Najer. Number 7 is Fusion, Austin Hanners for Todd Luther and Greg Luther Racing. And number 8, Helium, Dan Noble for Christy Noble, James Morris and Dennis Owens, the co-owners. That's the field for the 8th race. It's Open Pacer, start of a pick 6. It's a field of 8. They go for $20,500. We'll send it down to Jess and Kevin. They're standing by with further analysis in tonight's 8th race.
Well, Kevin, the Phillies Mares Open Pace was nothing short of exciting. So we're going to try and copy that in here into the open handicap pace that we have a field of 8, very competitive. I didn't even want to handicap this race because I was so excited just to watch it, but obviously I did. And we go a couple of different ways in here. We all land on a different horse. I'm going to start with my top choice because I want to get your opinion on this one. Wicked Character from the rail, looking for Ronnie and Ronnie to go back to back. I think this horse is going to appreciate coming to a track maybe with a little bit softer company.
Yeah, I think he is too. I don't know. I just think that these horses from the outside have shown a little bit more punch lately. He's going to be on the lead or close to it. It's just a matter of, is he going to be able to sustain it late? I'm not sure. We saw it last race that he was whenever Seaside Diva got the perfect pocket trip. But if Wicked Character gets a similar trip, he could trip out again. But I think others have shown a little bit more punch in the late stages than he has.
Let's talk about a couple of those horses to the outside of the gate. Lots of versatility in here, lots of speed, but lots of horses that can basically do it every which way. We'll start with the 8 Helium for the Dan and Christy Noble barn, coming off of a second place finish from post 6 out the middle half the mile. You weren't getting to Cadillac Bayama last week in that 149-4 effort. This horse put up a monstrous effort, a battle in the battle. Just a horse through and through who's put up game effort after game effort. 7 of 16 so far this season, and he's a horse who definitely has that early speed.
First of all, I don't think I've heard a handicapper wanting to abstain from handicapping a race. That might be the first time I've ever heard that. Maybe we should utilize that more often.
I just want to watch.
Maybe we should utilize that more often. No, but Helium, he's back on a regular rotation now. It's his second race in 7 days. He was good last time, I thought. I was charting that night, and I turned to announcer Kenny, and I said, yeah, Helium was good after being off for almost 4 weeks and chasing Cadillac Bayama, who was lethal, coming first over and clearing and destroying that field in 49-4. Unfortunately, he was not here in this field this week because I think it would have been interesting to see those two face off again. But Helium back on a regular rotation. We know what he's capable of. He's got high speed around this racetrack, and despite the outside post, I think he may have to grind first over, but I think he's got the ability to do it.
Now, I echo your thoughts in that. I like the back-to-back weeks for this guy after taking a little bit of time away from the races. Post 7 for Fusion. Todd Luther, Austin Hanners teaming up with this guy. A newer addition to the Todd Luther barn. Just one blip on the radar, and that was at Scioto Downs a couple of starts ago. He's coming off of a well off of the pace win. He swooped the group last time out, 49-1, 27-3. That is his lone win on the year, so I'm hoping that was a confidence-boosting type of effort.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do with Fusion off that effort, although he really had no business winning from where he was. He was kind of stuck inside, had to angle out. He was 4 wide, and he still closed best of all to nail Nashing Hill and Aubach on the line. So very good effort. It's just the problem here is he might be working from 7th or 8th, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to sustain a bid like that in order to get himself in the top 2 spots.
You also like Cupid Shuffle coming from the Jessica Milner barn, 4 of 25. His 5-year-old campaign rattled off a couple of wins in a row. Started at Harrington, 9 winners of 4, no more than 7. Jumped right into that $6,500 level here, all the way up to the Open. Now this horse, he can leave off of the gate pretty aggressively, so I'm assuming his nose will be pointed towards that first turn.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, he had a tough trip too back in the Open. Tried to make multiple moves into a quick third quarter. That's 27-2. It's going to be tough to sustain an outside bid like that. He has been very good since moving into the Jessica Milner barn, and I think he's an obvious early speed threat here. We saw it last race with Seaside Party that Merriman was driving. Unfortunately, she just didn't get the trip to work in her favor after that, but Cupid Shuffle from mid-pack post, Merriman should be aggressive early and get him into a good spot.
I simply put Fear the Hate on my ticket for the driver change to Yannick Gingras. I think that he'll get along quite well with this guy. He does own a win at Scioto a couple of starts ago. He paces home pretty decently in 27 and change week in and week out. He shows a 50-mile, plenty of 51 miles. Good post to work with. I figured he would offer a price to spice up some of those exotics. I'm getting 10-1 on him. I like him at that price.
This is another race where I think you just had to leave a contender off your ticket, right? And I think Fear the Hate's had excuses. He was pressured into a quick opening half in his latest, 54-3. Hard to sustain that. And last time he tried to make a 3-wide move into Lake Charles, who was sharp in victory that night. So he's got excuses. He's got an inside post. You mentioned the driver switch to Gingras. Right now, I think enticing value right now at 9-1.
I'm also going to ask you about Lake Charles. He's 6-1 on the board. He gets post 6 to work with. A lot of his wins, well, I guess the wins that we can see on the program page show right down the road. I never really saw him scoring down. I don't know if he was scoring down aggressively or not, but he has been known to swoop the group as well. So he's one of those horses that if it sets up for him and he decides to duck, he can pick up the pieces. But he's also one of those horses that he can leave aggressively and basically go pedal to the metal.
Yeah, I think Tote Board told us a lot about his chances last week, although he was facing off against Cadillac Bayama and Helium. Then you look back and he beat Cadillac Bayama on the square. So not necessarily sure what to do with him from week to week now. I know he's been sharp, but he's offering a 9-2 price. That's only slightly higher than what Helium is offering. I would side with Helium at the moment, but Lake Charles has been sharp.
The Open Handicap is up next. It's going to be a good one. Race 8. It's at that pick 6 time. Kevin goes 8-7-1-5. I'll try 1-8-3-6. Kenny goes 7-8-6-1. Good luck.
Open Pacers, field of 8 for $20,500. They take their place behind the Gary Locke starting car. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Speed down the center. Master Yossi gets the first call. Cupid Shuffles showing speed. Lake Charles put into play, and Wicked Character protects pylon position as they pace the opening turn. It's Wicked Character with the lead on the outside, driving forward. Cupid Shuffle, their matching strides. Dropping to the inside with Master Yossi. Good early trip there for Lems, and it looks like he's going to let Cupid Shuffle in front of him. Meanwhile, it's Lake Charles who's got the rough go on the outside. So too does Helium, as he'll be parked with cover 5th. Outside of Pocket the Cash, who's 6th behind his barn mate. Fear the Hate is second last. The trailer Fusion opening quarter, eye-popping, 26 seconds flat. Wicked Character was used hard to secure the lead from his inside post, and Wren was already chasing him coming to the 3/8. Cupid Shuffle locked in the box. Lake Charles tough go on the outside. That's a brutal first over trip for him. Helium parked with cover on the outside of Master Yossi. Third over slides Fear the Hate. He'll move up outside of Pocket the Cash, and Fusion tries to get started from last. 4 in, 4 out after a half and a short sharp 53 and 3/5 seconds as they enter the payoff half of the open pace. Wicked Character trying to go all the way. At the inside, Cupid shuffled 3 wide. Helium's let go. He moves up outside of Lake Charles. Master Yossi bottled up, no place to go. Fear the Hate is wide, so too will be Fusion. And Pocket the Cash is down along the rail. Ren all after Wicked Characters. He asked for a quarter of a mile more. 3/4, 1:21 and 4. They swing to the far turn. Wicked Characters short lead. 4 wide. Fusion on the move. Outside of Fear the Hate who's coming. Helium's in between. Cupid shuffled down at the insides. Had a pretty good sweep when all was said and done. Pocket the Cash outside of Master Yossi. Lake Charles drops to last. They turn for the money. Wicked Characters short lead, but it's diminishing. On the outside, Fusion and Fear the Hater coming. Fusion charging home. Wicked Character, Fusion. Here's Fusion on the outside. I think he nailed Wicked Character in 150 and 4/5. Number 7, Fusion was first. 7-1-5-3 unofficial. The result is official, 7-1-5-3. Back to the winner's circle goes the 7 Fusion, owned by Greg Luther Racing, trained by Todd Luther. Austin Hinners, the winning drive. Fusion goes back-to-back. This is a 4-year-old brown gelding by Always Be Mickey, out of the Sun Beach Somewhere Mare Pure Country. Bred by Diamond Creek Farms of Kentucky, 11th lifetime win, second this season, 150 and 4/5 from Fusion. What a rally to nail Wicked Character on the money. Result official, 7-1-5-3. We'll send it down to the winner's circle. Ayers Ratliff has winning driver Austin Hinners.
So a huge stretch rally there to win the win the Open. What'd you think there when they got to the half so fast and you were sitting in the back?
I was kind of hoping they was going to come back to me at some point. I didn't think I'd have to be 5 wide all the way through the last turn, but it worked out.
Yes, 5 wide on a half-mile track is not usually where you want to be. That's not the winning move, but it certainly worked out here. Those were some pretty good horses that he was passing there up the stretch.
You know, they just got this horse and only had him a couple starts, but I'm telling you what, every time he's raced so far, he's been really good, and he's just gotten better and better each week.
Now let's talk about, you do have a big drive tonight with Burnout in the $100,000 Myron Charna. What do you think about your shot in there?
Oh, Burnout's a good horse. He always shows up. You know, he's been locked for his life last couple weeks, so hopefully he shows through tonight with the class horse he is.
Now, do you plan on going to the front, though? Or there is no locked in up there?
Looks like we're racing tonight, so I guess we'll see how it works out.
All right, best of luck there. We've got some T-shirts for you to toss out as well.
Thank you, guys.
Exacta 66.40, trifecta $586.40, superfecta $234.88. Top down, Wicked Character second, Pocket the Cash fifth, Fear the Hate fourth, Master Yossi sixth, Cupid Shuffle third, Lake Charles eighth, Fusion the winner, Helium seventh, 25463 817. Go to race number 9. Back to the stakes action. It's an all stakes pick 4 as we kick off the pick 4 with the Buckeye Stallion Series. Second division tonight, and then we'll go into the 3 invites for $100,000. Race 9 in 6 minutes. Ninth race, Pacers to the track. 1 ATI Booze Cruisin', owned by Jerry Zozel, trained by Mark Winters. Corey Callahan up. Chris Lems on the 2. On Fire for Micah Miller and Jeremy Miller. Three, KB Moneyball. Dan Noble up for Deborah Schwartz and Bradley Delaney. Number 4, Mental up. Kane Kaufman for Mike Paul Hamas. Trojan Standardbred and Newberry Stables. Number 5, Seaside Saint. Yannick Gingras for Ron Steck. Co-owns with the Bootville Stables. 6 trains and co-owns with Lawrence Bettler. This does kick off the Stakes Pick 4, $10,000 estimated pool with the Buckeye Stallion Series and 3 $100,000 races. We'll see what Jess and Kevin like in this upcoming Pick 4. Good luck.
Buckeye Stallion Series up next. Kevin, a nice field of 9 here. This does kick off that $1 Pick 4, all stakes Pick 4. These are for the 2-year-old Colton Geldings on the pace. Third leg, second division. And you were just kind of laughing over there that you ended up on the favorite. 8-5 off that 9-1 morning line, On Fire. But not going to lie, I figured he would take some action off of that fair effort, 28-3. I know we just have that one lone line to go off of, but I think that Chris Lems will map out a perfect trip.
I wasn't sure what I was going to get. I had all these notes written down. I thought I was going to have to convince all these people. I talked to Darren Harvey. He said he was 2 fingers to drive. The Dam won in her third start in 55 and a piece and won a Stallion Series race. I had all this prepared. And I walked into a monster's den here, and he's 8-5. So I'm not really sure what that means. He's hammered in the exacta probables. The 2-4 is by far the favorite at, I think, 7-1 or something like that. But, yeah, On Fire, a bit of an unknown, but I think he's got a lot of potential. This Catch the Fire offspring right now taking significant support, and I'll back him on top.
I like the 3. I'm getting the morning line, a 5-2 on this guy. KB Moneyball from the Deb Schwartz barn. Dan Noble is going to take over the driving. A down-the-road win last time out in an overnight event, 53-4. That established on a lifetime mark for the son of Hearted Chewbacca. Go back to when he was in that Buckeye Stallion Series event at Scioto. Parked every step of the way, finished 3rd, and I thought that's the line that sticks out to me the most. I'm excited to see this guy continuing to take steps in the right direction and forward, and I'm curious to see what Danny's going to do with this guy because he's been shown the front end now, and we know Danny's aggressive, and he's got a couple of wins under his belt.
I was going to say, I think all of the lines are promising, really. All the steps forward that he's taken. And, I mean, that was another reason why I thought I would get – it's funny that On Fire was my value play, and you're not getting it. Part of the reason was because it's first time Dan Noble on KB Moneyball. I thought that's where all the money was going to go. I thought we were probably going to get odds on. Now, we still could, obviously. There's still some minutes left in this betting cycle as it's definitely shifted. They're co-2-1 favorites now, but KV Moneyball, I think he's going to wind up odds on just because of the driver change to Noble and the progression that he's shown. I think a very logical horse to kick off this Pick 4.
Used a 4 underneath as well. Mental up from the Mike Polhemus barn. Kane Kaufman back aboard this son of Lather Up. A winner 3 back in leg 1 of the Buckeye Stallion Series. That was right here at Northfield Park. Went back down to Scioto, led every step of the way, just got beat as the favorite. And my favorite thing about the Ohio State Fair action down there is you see horses that you typically might not see in the Sire Stakes ranks go in against those horses in the State Fair. That's what he did, and he really never had a chance to get involved from the race. When you get to the half that slow and they sprint home like that, he was really not going to do a whole lot from there. He gets a better post to work with in here and a softer group.
Yeah, and I think if he can work out a similar trip to what he did in leg 1, where he pounced out of the pocket, he was a little wide in the stretch, but he still won by 2 lengths and paced home nicely, 28-2 for a 57-mile. That was then. He's progressed since then. And another good trip like that, I think, could have him in the mix. Right now, he's 7-1.
You also use the 1 on your ticket. Corey Callahan in town for, of course, that Carl Milstein Memorial. He picks up the drive on this son of Summa Cum Laude. Has had a couple of wins in those 3 efforts so far in his campaign. Thought he raced well last time out at a fair. Even when he had post 8 in that Buckeye Stallion Series event down at Scioto, he just really kept on trucking. He was only beat 2 lengths there. Chris Lems did the driving that night. He was 30-1, faced in 55-3. He's 8-1 on the board right now.
Yeah, I thought that was the key race, right? Because if he gets outsped a little bit, if there's a quarter move by someone like KB Moneyball, he's shown the ability to still be able to get himself involved despite that. So even if he has to make a second move, potentially first over, he's shown the ability to do it, and I think he can close into this race. I used him 4th, but it wouldn't surprise me if he finished a couple spots higher.
I want to ask you about a horse I use. You don't. Post 8 for Monty B. Good, Corey Derriman. Austin Hanners is going to drive this guy this week. First crop of the Monty Mickey, and he's been on quite a tear as well. He's got 4 wins from 6 starts. He hasn't missed the board. He had post 8 in his last Buckeye Stallion Series event. That was down at Scioto, 3 wide to the quarter before making the lead. He just come up a bit short, but you really can't fault any of his lines or efforts on his program.
No, you can't. I don't like the line 2 back where he lost at 1-9. Something about when horses lose at that short of a price, it really irks me. It really gets to me a little bit. He came back with a nice win at Berea, but now he draws outside, and right now 7-1, a decent price, but you have to count on him getting into the race and sustaining that bid.
2-year-old Colton Gelding's Buckeye Stallion Series event up next, 3rd leg, 2nd division, race 9. We kick off that $1 all stakes, pick 4, races 9 through 12. I'm going to go 3, 8, 4, 1. Kevin goes 2, 3, 4, 1. Kenny, he's going to go 1, 3, 2, 5. Good luck.
Buckeye Stallion Series Pacers and me on the wings of the starting gate. $20,000 kicks off this late stakes pick 4 pool. Good luck if you're playing. It should be a doozy. And we have freshman Colton Gelding Pacers for the Buckeye Stallion Series lined up at the head of the stretch. Off stride went the 8, Monty Be Good. Rest of the field sent on its way. KB Moneyball shows good speed. There goes Mental Up. Merriman's Wide with pre-fire and on fire down toward the inside, mixing it up. So 3 levers into the opening turn as ATI Booze Cruising is along the rail. From the second tier, Express Sunfire comes out racing in the 6th position, just 5 lengths off the leader as they step onto the backstretch. Then Seaside Saint, and here's a Buckeye, and the distant trailer, Monty Be Good. Up to the opening quarter they go. Here comes KB Moneyball. KB Moneyball drives to the front, back into second, goes Mental Up, opening quarter 28-2. Pre-fire parked out third, outside of On Fire, who ended up the even money race favorite there. The son of Catch the Fire is 4th for Lems, just 3 off the leader. ATI Booze Cruising, already out and moving for Callahan. Moves up on the outside of Express Sunfire as they race down by us for the first time. Seaside Saint gets into the flow, 2 lengths better. Then here's a Buckeye. Down to the half they come. KB Moneyball and Pre-fire continue to match strides. Off stride goes Express Sunfire in the backfield. Express Sunfire lost it there. They're halfway home in 57-1. And Pre-fire with a rush on the outside is coming to the outside of KB Moneyball. These two are locked up with 3/8 to go. Mental Up is in behind. On Fire needs to find 5, and Lems is getting ready to commence his bid with him. ATI Booze Cruise installed a touch, racing outside of Seaside Saint. They travel to 3/4. That's all for Pre-fire as KB Moneyball's got a 2-length lead. Mental Up at the inside. Pre-fire on the outside keeps On Fire hemmed in. 3/4, 27-3 backside there from KB Moneyball, who swings into the far turn with the lead. On Fire's got open road now as Lems goes to work, needs to find 3 in the final 1/8 of a mile, and he's closing good ground. Can he reach KB Fireball, who's done all the dirty work? Noble imploring KB Moneyball for more. It's a 3-length lead. On Fire's up into second, goes past Mental Up, but KB Moneyball for a Noble Grand Slam. On Fire's up second, Mental Up third, Seaside Saint fourth, 153-3. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, KB Moneyball, owned by Bradley Delaney, trained by Deborah Swartz. Dan Noble with his 4th on the card. 2-year-old big owned by Heart of Chewbacca. Out of the Presidential Ball mare, She's a Ball, bred by Bradley Delaney of Ohio. 2nd lifetime win, back-to-back jacks in 153-3. Exacta $28, trifecta $87, superfecta $53.24. Top down ATI Booze cruising fifth. On Fire's second. KB Moneyball the winner. Mental up third. Seaside Saint fourth. Pre-Fire eighth. Here's a Buckeye sixth. Monty Be Good ninth. And Express Sunfire was seventh. 5-2-1-3-4-8-6-9-7. Turn the page. Time for the Tom Aldrich Memorial Trot. $100,000 on the line. Kicks off a stakes pick 3 for these 3 invite races, and it's in 5 minutes. Horses making their way to the track for tonight's Tom Aldrich Memorial Trot. Number 1 is Jurassic Hattie, 16-time winner for $700,000, owned by Jerry Welch, trimmed by Stacey Van Heusen, Brett Miller in the sulky. Number 2 is Caviar Gold, Aaron Merriman for Chris Beaver, co-owns with Bill Maines, Leo Fleming, and Steven Zihendelar. 27 career wins, just shy of $800,000. Number 3, Legacy Affair, Ronnie Wren Jr. for John Duke Sugg, who comes with Stephen Maz and Michael Lee, runner-up in the Ohio State Fair Aged Filly and Mare Trot to Jurassic Hattie in her last start. 4, Jogging Full Trot, owned by Julianne Sweet, trained by Miles Wollum. Chris Lems drives, the 17-time winner for over $300,000, a homebred for the Connections. 5, Big Box Hanover, owned by Larry Stahlbaum, also trained by Larry Stahlbaum. Yannick Gingras does the driving, a $968,000 career earner. 6, Hungover, Dan Noble for Bob Stewart, Bluestone Farms, and Linda Stewart, the co-owners, 14-time winner for $600,000. 7, Sugar Instead, Marvin Luna drives the Millionaire for Virgil Morgan Jr., Joyce McClellan Stables, and Larry Wills. Riding a 3-race win streak, the 8, Battle Hill, the Buckeye, Dave Miller drives for Matt Burkholder and William Hart, a $500,000. And the 9, Yanks Dugout, also owned and trained by John Duke Sugg. Austin Hanners drives this 43-time lifetime winner. That's the field for the 6th annual Tom Aldrich Memorial Trot for Ohio-sired 4-year-olds and up. It kicks off a stakes pick 3. Here's Jess and Kevin with some more thoughts on this upcoming sequence.
The first of 3 invitationals is upon us, Kevin, and this time the first one is the Tom Aldrich Memorial Trot, Ohio-sired 4-year-old and up. A very, very good group of 9 here. I'm going to start off with the horse that took all of the early action on the tote board, this 7, Sugar Instead. Coming from the Virgil Morgan Jr. barn, Marvin Luna is going to take over the driving. Of course, she is a millionaire. She's coming off a couple of good efforts. She's got 4 of 23 in her season so far. She's just been hard knocking at the door. Horses like Wimpanzee, Oh Look Magic, Perfect Annie, Jurassic Hattie. She's been facing the best of the best at no matter what level she drops down into. It's like they get to drop too.
Yeah, the best of the best mares she's been facing, and look, she's been able to grind those last 2 efforts where she grinded, especially that last race at Scioto where she made 2 moves and was a good second in 54 flat. Took all that early money, has drifted up to 9-1. Jess, I know you used her. I think this is going to be another very competitive race with a lot of early moving parts. She might not be the quickest off the car, but she'll be grinding late and could be passing horses.
The favorite now is the 8, Battle Hill. He's riding a 3-race win streak coming into tonight's race. 6 of 17, the son of Marseille for the Matt Burkholder barn. The Buckeye has been his regular pilot as of late. We know one thing. We know that he can get off of the gate well, but also if he needs to let the dust settle, he can do that too.
Yeah, he can. He's very versatile, and I think the fact that he drew post 8 makes this race so much more interesting. If he drew inside, say 1-3, I think he'd be the prohibitive favorite, but right now sitting out on the board is the second choice from post 8 with the Buckeye in tow. You'd think he'd be forwardly placed as he was last time in Scioto's Open, where he got some very soft fractions there, at least for the class. And he was able to go all the way. So we'll see. Right now, I think he's offering a little bit of value because of that post.
There's actually a lot of good value in this race. Maybe not like double-digit value, but a lot of horses taking some action, including your top choice, the 6, Hungover, still in pursuit of that first win of his 5-year-old season. He's another one. Been racing in those opens down at Scioto Downs, Adamsville Road, Hill Exotic, Oh Look Magic, saying what I'm thinking. You're getting the point. He's been facing some really, really tough company, but he's been getting better and better each start. No, I didn't see a pylon last time out, but I still thought he had trot through the wire.
Yeah, and rumor has it he was a little sick coming out of that race, and now you get Dan Noble for the first time, who already has 4 wins on the card. We just saw him win with KB Moneyball. I think he's going to generate some early speed with Hungover. That's why I chose to go with him over the likes of a horse like Sugar Instead, because I think he's got just a little bit more gate speed in the early stages. Right now, he's one of 3 horses who's 5-1. I think a little bit of a value player in there. I will try him on top.
Jurassic Hattie gets a start from the rail. Plenty of success in her career here in the state of Ohio. Obviously, 16 of 45 lifetime. It's been a little tough in her 5-year-old campaign. She finally was able to get through in the win column last time out, and it came in a big effort. She sat the pocket, but I still thought she had to really work to get by Legacy Affair late in the stretch, and that come in the Ohio State Fair for those older trotting mares.
Yeah, I think personally she's an underlay right now at the board at 4-1 from a betting standpoint, but from a race standpoint, from how the race unfolds, I think Jurassic Hattie could once again secure another good trip. You saw it last week where she worked out a beautiful pocket trip and was able to get by Legacy Affair for the win. The same thing could happen here. Right now she's on the board at 9-2.
I told my sister this a couple of weeks ago in the Ohio Aged State Fair for Caviar Gold. I want a horse like him. He shows up week in, week out, no matter what kind of class you put him in. He always seems to bring home a paycheck. He's 3 of 18 so far this year. He's a 7-year-old now, 27 of 102 lifetime, still closing in on that $1 million mark. I thought he raced really good in that Ohio State Fair from a back-tier post.
Yeah, almost 20 starts for him this year at age 7, and he's been going up against some of the best trotters that Scioto has to offer. So just a horse that brings his all every single time, gets his nose on the gate this time, and Aaron Merriman can generate a lot of early speed. We've seen that quite a few times already tonight.
And then you're getting a nice price, so you're going to round out your super, I don't know, I guess you gave us 5 numbers, but Yanks Dugout gets post 9, another meat and potatoes type of horse, 43 lifetime wins, 161 lifetime starts. He's got a couple of blips on the radar as of late. I thought he was good behind Battle Hill last time out.
Yeah, I threw him in for 5th, but I think just nature of how this race sets up, all these horses are pretty evenly matched. They're all very classy. They all do their work every single week. So, look, if he gets the right setup, would it shock me if he wins at a double-digit number? Not really. And would it shock me if any one of these horses won? No, not really. And that's why this race is being bet so evenly.
All right, I want your opinion on Legacy Affair. Big fan of this daughter of Long Tom. She's taking on the boys. 4 of 22 so far this year, 17 of 77 lifetime. She's closing in on $500,000 in purse earnings. I took a shot with her last time out in that Ohio State Fair. Thought she raced well. I think that was maybe the old Legacy Affair we've seen in the past, like probably about a month or so ago when she rattled off back-to-back wins, and she just got beat by Jurassic. Had a good post to work with. Ronnie Ren's had plenty of success with her in the past.
Yeah, look, she's very sharp right now, but the one thing that I thought about her, at least in her recent starts, was that she hasn't had to do much work in the way of on the outside. It may not set up for her to perfectly get the lead or even in the pocket, so if she has to do some work on the outside, we'll see if she's able to do it. I didn't use her in here, but just another mare that's classy, that brings it every week. I'm just not sure if she gets in trouble and has to grind maybe first over what she'll have left, but right now 7-2, a decent price.
The first of 3 invitationals is up next. Race 10 that does kick off a $1 pick 3. It does offer super high 5 wagering as well. It's the Tom Aldridge Memorial Trot up next. Kevin goes 6-8-1-2-9. I'm going to go 8-3-2-9. And Kenny, he's going to go 5-6-1-2. Lots of different numbers. If you have a strong opinion, good luck.
Moving behind the gate for the $100,000 Tom Aldrich Memorial Trot, 1 Jurassic Hattie, Brett Miller. 2 Caviar Gold and Aaron Merriman. 3 Legacy Affair, Ronnie Wren Jr. 4 Jogging Full Trot, Chris Lems. 5 Big Bucks, Hanover, Yannick Gingras. 6 Hungover, Dan Noble. 7 Sugar Instead, Marvin Luna. 8 Battle Hill, Dave Miller. And from the second tier, the 9 Yanks Dugout and Austin Hanners. 9 of them. On gate, here they come. Racing in the Tom Aldrich Memorial Trot, and Big Bucks Hanover is quick off the blocks but beaten to the early punch by Legacy Affair, Caviar Gold, and Jurassic Hattie, all leaving from inside post, and Jurassic Hattie will cut the mile as they straighten up down the backstretch. Down at the inside, Yanks Dugout comes out racing in second, 3 wide, Legacy Affair on the move outside of Caviar Gold, who drops back. Big Bucks Hanover stuck on the outside, racing fifth. Racing outside of Jogging Full Trot, who's at the inside, covered up 6. Battle Hill out the mile tonight, racing 7th outside of Hungover, who's second last, and the trailer Sugar Instead opening quarter strong, 26 and 4 fifth seconds. Ronnie Wren Jr. and Legacy Affair have cleared to the front a length and a half. On the outside, Big Box Hanover second, matching strides there with Jurassic Hattie, who's third. Yanks Dugout is racing in the 4th position and about 4 lengths off the leader. That's the barnmate as they race down in front of us for the first time. Caviar Gold is at the inside of Battle Hill, who's second over, third over, Hungover, fourth over, Sugar Instead. Jogging Full Trot got buried 8th, halfway home in 55 seconds. These are strong and legitimate fractions being put up by Legacy Affair. Up front, the lead is a length and a quarter. Jurassic Hattie right there, picture perfect trip for Super Brett Miller. Big Box Hanover would have to be a mile the best. Out the mile there, third. Same would be said for Battle Hill, who's also been out every step. Meanwhile, Yanks Dugout's had a ground-saving journey. So too is Caviar Gold. Flipping wide is Hungover. Jogging Full Trot and Sugar Instead. 3/4 and 1:23 and 3. They leave the backstretch and swing onto the far turn in the 6th annual Tom Aldrich Memorial Trot, and they're still led up top by Legacy Affair, but Jurassic Hattie pops the deuce now, and here's Jurassic Hattie going after Legacy Affair. They're 1-2, setting up for the State Fair rematch as they come to the top of the lane. Legacy Affair inside, Jurassic Hattie on the outside. Jurassic Hattie trying to reach Legacy Affair, who's super game. Legacy Affair and Jurassic Hattie, these two down to the finish. Legacy Affair turning the tables on Jurassic Hattie. They flip-flop, results in 153 and 3. Number 3, Legacy Affair, is going to be posted the unofficial winner, but the judges are posting an inquiry sign against number 3, Legacy Affair, for a possible pylon violation top of the stretch. So please hold all tickets. This inquiry sign does concern the winner, number 3, Legacy Affair, for a possible pylon violation. There's also a dead heat for 4th between the 2, Caviar Gold, and the 9, Yanks Dugouts. The unofficial order of finish is 3-1-4, and then a dead heat with the 2 and the 9. Inquiry sign. The judges are looking at the top of the stretch for a possible pylon violation on number 3, Legacy Affair. So we'll wait for the judges' review. In this 10th race, the judges ruled number 3, Legacy Affair, did go inside pylons and has been disqualified and placed second. Number 1, Jurassic Hattie, has been placed first. Number 3, Legacy Affair, guilty of pylon violation, top of the stretch, and has been placed second behind the 1, Jurassic Hattie. Exacta 3380, trifecta 496.20, pick 5 $2,009.20, and the high fives, there are 2 of them with the dead heat, $866.54 and $1,164.64. Top Down Jurassic Hattie second placed first, Caviar Gold fourth, Legacy Affair first place second, Jogging Full Trout third, Big Box Hanover seventh, Hungover sixth, Sugar Instead eighth, Battle Hill ninth, Yanks Dugout fourth. After placings, the Top Down 1, 4, 2, 3, 7, 6, 8, 9, 4, 11th race is up next in 5 minutes. And presiding judge Dave Majeski will take a look back at the 10th race replay and the placing of number 3 Legacy Affair.
This is the reason for the placing here in race 10. You'll see here off the last turn, right before the top of the stretch, Ronnie Wren goes in a couple pylons here and gains an unfair advantage over the 1. Show it again, please. Right here before the top of the stretch, Mr. Wren Jr. goes inside some pylons here before the top of the stretch and gains an unfair advantage at the wire over Mr. Miller, Brett Miller, on the 1. And that's the reason for the placing in race 10.
On track for the 11th, Myron Charna, President's Pace, $100,000 for Ohio sired 4-year-olds and up. One Clever Cody, the 2-time Ohio Sire Stakes champion, is owned by Francois Lecomte, who's also the trainer. Luke Ebersol in the sulky. Number 2 is Born Wild, owned by John Terrigliato, trained by Gerald Milady. Wyatt Farmer drives this 23-time winner. 3, Nashing Hill, Brett Miller, a 2-time Charna winner, drives for Jessica McCowan and Caldwell Mammy Racing. A near $500,000, the 4, Burnout, owned by Greg Luther Racing. Trained by Todd Luther, Austin Hanners up. 5, Rose Run Zane, owned by John and Leanne Saunders. Trained by Dan Veneer. Justin Irvine in the sulky. The 6 is the Scalacci Stables, John Manning, Sam Bova Racing, and Howard Burke entrant. Down by the Water, David Miller drives for Sam Scalacci. 7 is Rick Wink, Ronnie Wren Jr. for Ron Burke. The Burke Racing Stable, RAS Racing, Knox Services, J&T Silva, Pernell and Libby, an 8-time Sire Stakes leg winner. The 2-year-old Next Generation winner of the 8, Swingtown, Yannick Gingras drives for Ron Burke. The Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and RAS Racing. And 2022 Myron Charna Pace winner, and 2021 Carl Milstein Memorial winner, number 9, Charlie May, owned by Don Tiger, trained by David Young II. Dan Noble, also a 2-time Charna winner, in the sulky. This starts a late pick 4, $10,000 estimated pool. We'll send it down to Jess and Kevin, who have further analysis of the Myron Charna President's Pace. Good luck.
Thanks so much, Kenny. As mentioned, a field of 9 here for the Ohio sired 4-year-old and up invitational for a purse of $100,000. A Myron Charna President's Pace does kick off that $1 late pick 4, races 11 through 14. Kevin, you and I were just talking off camera. It's a very competitive field. Another one where I said I just wanted to sit back and watch. Fortunately, I had to do a little work here. We both landed on the same horse, Down by the Water.
His pace, but we'll hope it's a good omen. I'd like to focus on those 2 Meadowlands miles that he's recently gone. Got a good pocket trip, 2 back, but a 3-5 fallout stopped in front of him, and he was just never able to get going until it was too late. Last time out, thought he went a gigantic mile, parked for the mile from post 10, only lost by half a length behind Apocalypse Blue Chip in the Hambletonian Day finale. So I think he's been going some very strong miles as of late, and he's shown that he can get around a half mile against some top quality horses.
Yeah, you never saw the pylon last time out from post 10 either. He did have the lead turning for home, and he gave it up, but just a little bit. I still thought it was a really game effort. That's why I opted to put him on the top of my ticket. And I don't think it hurts at all to have the Buckeye, David Miller, in the bite. Good post to work with as well. I think he can map out any sort of trip he wants from there. We're in agreement in this exacta. Swingtown post 8. Ron Burke, Yannick Gingras teaming up with the son of Down by the Seaside. He was unleashed 2 back in the Houghton Memorial on Meadowlands. Pace night 47-1, 26-1 on the end of it. Finished second behind Stablemate by the Missile. I still thought he raced good last time out too in the McKee. He finished 5th. He placed home 26-4. He was right there with them.
Yeah, he is, and that group that he finished behind is sort of all right together right now. Captain Albano, Prince Al Hanover was another game second in the Dan Patch by the Missile. Didn't bring his best last night, but we've seen him get back to form. Just a class relief play mainly. He's been going up against some graded stakes company and just some of the better older pacers that this sport has to offer. So despite post 8, getting a ton of support from the bettors and some support from us as well, putting him in for second.
I didn't use him on my ticket, but I am a big fan of Clever Cody. I'm just getting a lot of mixed feelings from him, I guess you could say. When they shipped him out east to the Meadowlands for that Houghton Memorial, I don't think Dexter knew quite he was going to have that much pace at the end of the mile. He was running them over, begging for room. 26-4, never even got a piece of it, never was even really fed any air. Come back to Scioto Downs, they fed him some air, and he come up flat. I was a little disappointed in that effort. Dead heat 2 back. That's when they added Lasix in that Ohio State Fair for those aged pacers. Last week, I thought he raced good. I'm not going to take that away from him. I just think the race kind of fell back into him.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The top 2 horses at the half were 41-1 and 27-1. They got to a half in 54-4. They were just never going to sustain that. I know he had to swing wide. I know he got the job done, but I'm not sure if he can measure up to the top echelon of these horses at the moment.
I like to call Charlie May the people horse. If you don't smile when Charlie May wins, you simply don't love harness racing. Of course, he is a past winner in the Myron Charna President's Pace. And of course, he is a past winner in that Carl Milstein Memorial as well. He gets post 9 to work with tonight. Second start in the new barn. Second start, Danny Noble behind him. A right down the road, wrapped up winner. But I don't want to take away anything from maybe the starts prior to that either, Kevin, because he'd been racing it against some pretty tough company too. He was all the way up in the Open too. You see, he got beat by Carbine. He's been used pretty aggressively before that, and he was maybe just a little bit burnt out. But I thought he rebounded well last week. I think he could build off of that effort.
Yeah, I think in the final, not 16th, maybe 32nd, you could tell. I know he was wrapped up by Noble. You could tell that maybe he was still a touch burnt out, though the old boy's still kicking at 8 years old for Don Tiger. He's been going some very good grinding miles, and he's likely going to have to go another tough trip here. He's taking some support, but I'm not sure how the race sets up for him, especially from the second-tier post.
I'm going to ask you about the other Ron Berg training here as well. Rick Wink, he's been facing Open company down at Scioto Downs. Hasn't quite punched through in the last couple. He did punch through over at the Meadows, though, right down the road, 50 and 26 and 3. And I thought that's the effort that stuck out to me. Hasn't quite been able to get by Win, Lose, or Draw, Woman Layer, Twisted Destiny, those legs. But he's right there with him. He's got post 7 here tonight, and he's going to get Ronnie Wren back on the bike.
It's amazing. I think the first thing I looked at when I looked at this program page a few days ago was, wow, that Open race where he finished 5th at 1-9 was 3 months ago now. It seems like time has flown by. But he's only had 4 starts since then, which is another thing that I find a little bit concerning. He's been off for almost a month now. I know he's gotten back to form, but he hasn't necessarily had the most success around this Northfield track in his last few outings. Right now on the board, it's 7-1. I think that's a fair price. Maybe I'd ask for a little bit more if you were betting him at the windows. But he's certainly gotten back to form. We'll see what he can offer from an outside post.
The Myron Charna President's Pace is up next. $1 pick 4 gets underway here in race 11. I'm going to go 6873, Kevin 6819, Kenny 1689. Good luck.
Headed behind the gate for race number 11, it's the $100,000 Myron Charna President's Pace. 1, Clever Cody, Luke Ebersol. 2, Born Wild and Wyatt Farmer. 3, Nashing Hill and Brett Miller. 4, Burnout Austin Hanners. 5, Rose Run Zane Justin Irvine. 6, Down by the Water, David Miller. 7, Rick Wink Ronnie Wren Jr. 8, Swingtown Yannick Gingras. And number 9, Charlie May and Dan Noble, $100,000 for Ohio's best in the Myron Charna President's Pace. Here they come. Racing in the Charna Swingtown from post 8, wasting no time, being put in play off the wings. Down by the Water shows a bit of speed, and from the rail, Clever Cody's mixing it up with them as they head around the opening turn. Charlie Mays down at the inside. Right now he's second inside of Down by the Water. Dropping back fourth is Born Wild. Swingtown on the outside is racing up to be fifth. Nashing Hill is off the speed in sixth. Rick Wink out the mile, seventh for Wren. He moves up outside of Burnout, and Rose Run Zane is ninth and last as they travel to the opening quarter. 26 snappy seconds from Clever Cody. Pole control and the lead here. He's parking Down by the Water on the outside, who's 3/4 of a length behind, but goes the long mile. Meanwhile, Charlie May gets a ringside seat to the action. He's down there third. Swingtown is parked on the outside with cover fourth. He's just 2.5 lengths off the leader. Born Wild is down at the inside. Buried is Nashing Hill as Burnout moves up outside of him. And the two at the back are Rick Wink and Rose Run Zane. 5 in, 4 out, off a half in 54 1/5 seconds. Into the payoff half of the 11th Myron Charna President's Pace, led up top by 2-time Sire Stakes champion Clever Cody. He leads a length and a quarter. Charlie May with a dream set up at the inside. Down by the Water, stalling off the rough, go off his back. Swingtown let go. 3 wide by Yannick. He's got to find 4 lengths in the final 3/8 of a mile. Born Wild is at the inside. Driving between goes Rick Wink. He's trying to get crafty. Out wide is Rose Run Zane. Outside of Burnout, Nashing Hill, the trailer, 3/4, 122 and 3. It was a confident Luke Ebersol there as he took a peek over with Clever Cody. He tries to make every pole a winning one as he rounds the far turn, a length and a half in front. Here comes the $2 million man. Charlie May comes ripping out of the pocket with an 1/8 to go. Clever Cody. Charlie May on the outside with dead aim. Clever Cody digs in. Charlie May on the outside. Clever Cody and Charlie May, 2 of Ohio's best. Clever Cody won it. Clever Cody goes all the way. Charlie May second. Rose Run Zane third. 150 and 1/5. Returning back here to the winner's circle is 2-time Ohio Sire Stakes champion Clever Cody. Owned by trainer Francois Lecomte. Luke Ebersol, the winning drive. 15th lifetime win, bred by Marvin Raber of Ohio. This 5-year-old black horse by the Ponderosa out of the Real Artist mare Cam's Van Gogh picks up his 4th win of the season. This will match the lifetime best, 150 and 1/5 from Clever Cody. The result is official, 1-9, 5-2. Result is official. We'll send it down to the winner's circle. Ayers Ratliff has the winning connections of the 1, Clever Cody, and winning driver Luke Ebersol.
We're here with some very happy connections here, winning the Myron Charner President's Pace. Clever Cody right down the road. How did you feel the whole mile there? Because you sure had a lot of heat.
You got the rail at Northfield. The horse was good.
So you came here for one drive tonight. How'd you feel coming here, and what did you think your shot was coming into this race?
Well, it's kind of a big race and age sire stakes. And my first thought was don't get parked, and my second shot was get them all.
So I know you haven't driven here for quite a while, and you're not here too awful much, but it's got to be good coming back home to a place that you were at for a long time and coming home with a win like this.
Yes, very good. A win's a win, right?
All right, so Francois, you had a big win here. Take us through with Clever Cody. Looks like he came here last time and dropped down in class. How did you feel coming into this race here?
Well, against good horses, all right, you never know. There were some good horses in that race, but I prepare him for that race. That's why we came last week. And Luke is my man, and the beer will be good tonight.
Yeah, two-time Ohio Sire Stake champion, Clever Cody. He's a classy old guy, and he sure showed it tonight.
Exactly. A son of the Ponderosa, so he was very good tonight.
All right, congratulations to these two, and we'll be right back here with the big one up next.
Congratulations, Luke Ebersol. Like you said, you have the rail at Northfield. How about down the road from Clever Cody in 150 and 1 for the two-time Ohio Sire Stakes champion. The 1-9 exacta $76, trifecta $741, and we're just now 10 minutes away till the horses hit the track for the 13th Carl Milstein Memorial. Top Down Clever Cody the winner. Born Wild 4th. Nashing Hill was 5th. Burnout 8th. Rose Run Zane 3rd. Down by the Water 7th. Rick Wink was 6th. Swingtown 9th. Charlie May 2nd. 145 837 692. The big one. 300,000 on the line. 9 minutes away. They've made their way to the track for the signature event of the summer, the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial for 3-year-olds by invitation only. Number 1 is Fire Run, owned by the Irv Miller Stable, Step by Step Racing, and Mark Winship, trained by Irv Miller. Atlee Bender does the driving. Number 2 is Malillo, Ronnie Wren Jr. for Ron Burke, the Burke Racing Stable. Jason Malillo and Weaver Buscemi, runner-up in the Adios a couple of weeks ago. 3, Ballroom Affair, owned by Let It Ride Stables and Allberg Racing, trained by Joe Bongiorno, Aaron Merriman in the sulky. Number 4, the Delaware Standard Breeders' Fund final winner. C. Miller time again. Corey Callahan drives for Molly Guerra, Irv Miller Stables, Frawley and Knowlton, the co-owners. Number 5 is My Boy Pink, owned by Sam Bowie, trained by Tony Alanya. Marvin Luna drives on a 3-race win streak. 6, Borderline Mobby. Dan Noble for Dave Maneri, the Maneri Racing Stable, Maneri, Moorfield, and Pitbull Stables. Runner-up in the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold, the last start. The winner of the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold last start was the 7, Redland Rocket Man. Brett Miller drives for John Pentland, who co-owns with Gary Volpe and Murray Cox. Brett Miller is already a Carl Milstein Memorial winner. Another Milstein winner is Dave Miller. He'll drive the 8 Tsunami Seas for Virgil Morgan Jr., Jeffrey Rector, Larry Wills, and Hutchinson Harness, the co-owners. And from the 2nd tier, the 9 Aces and Cinches, owned by Burke Racing, Stable, Weaver, Buscemi, Baldacchino, and Rosenthal. Yannick Gingras for Ron Burke. That's the field for the 13th Carl Milstein Memorial, $300,000. Final thoughts coming up. Kevin and Jess, what do you like in the 13th Milstein?
Well, it's the one we've all been waiting for, the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial, an invitational race, a field of 9. Kevin, a very nice field of 9 that the race office and Dave Banconi have assembled. And obviously no surprise here that Malillo from Post 2 is taking all the action on the tote board.
Yeah, no surprise at all, Jess. A very good second in the Adios, and I think if he hadn't waited for odds on Mr. Mamba to pull to the outside, he might have been a winner. Really tracked down Al Poppy well, but just came up a half length short. Now he's back and ready to add his name to the Roll of Honor and get his signature win in the 2026 season.
When I heard he was coming, I obviously wanted to wait until the draw, but now that we see that he obviously has Post 2, I think he's going to be hard to beat from there. Even in that Meadowlands Pace final, parked every step of the way, and literally got headed out there at the wire to finish 4th. I still thought it was a gigantic effort.
Yeah, it was, and you saw the likes of him and Al Poppy both just taking steps forward. You knew that they were improving, but we didn't necessarily know how much until the last 2 weeks played out, but obviously both of them in top form right now, and Malillo is the logical favorite, especially drawing inside.
Aces, Aces and Cinches from the back tier, a recent acquisition over the last couple of months for the Burke Brigade and Ron Burke, 3 of 10 so far in his 3-year-old campaign. A son of Odds on Aquilius after being 0 for 9 in his 2-year-old campaign. Watched him warmed up because I knew he'd been racing mainly over at Hoosier Park. Looked like he handled those turns nicely. Ronnie was warming him up aggressively. He's going to pick up the services of Yannick Gingras, and he's beat some pretty nice horses over in Indiana, and we've seen that the Indiana circuit can take on the best of the best and be the best.
Well, the Indiana circuit gets a good mention here because Aces and Cinches, a half-brother to Sabonis, the 2024 Milstein champ, so he was able to get around the flying turns just fine. Aces and Cinches, potentially the same thing. Adds Lasix for the first time after just coming up short at 3-5 by half a length to Dancing Dreamer, who was a first-time Tyler George acquisition. So obviously nothing wrong with losing to that horse. Aces and Cinches, 2nd-tier starting spot, though. We'll see how much that hinders him potentially, although we've seen a lot of 2nd-tier starters get in the mix tonight.
Now I want to talk about the 2 Canadian invaders, the 6 and the 7. We'll start with the 6 first. Borderline Mobby from the Dave Maneri barn. Dan Noble, he's going to take over the driving. I would assume he's going to be aggressive from this position. Talk about that effort last time out. He was first over just past the half in against Redland Rocket Man, who ended up getting the job done there, but he raced his eyeballs out.
Yeah, I thought he did too, and honestly, if you go back and watch that replay, it's pretty sick that Borderline Mobby didn't get there. He got by Redland Rocket Man about a half step past the wire. You know, they're both a little higher on the board. Their odds are inflated because of the presence of Malillo, but those two really enticed me whenever the draw came out because they weren't both just going to ship from Canada just to sit. I think they're both going to be on the move. We saw how huge Redland Rocket Man was last time, having to fend off Bojangles, and was still able to get the win in 48-2 at a price. Brett Miller gets the call on the 7. It's Dan Noble on the 6. I think they're both very interesting in this field.
Yeah, Redland Rocket, man, he was on the business end of those fractions, as Gabe Pruitt would say. 25-4, 52-3 to the half, and he wasn't giving an inch. Bojangles was trying to head on there heading to the half, and he absolutely said no. I think Jody Jamieson worked just as hard for that win, but kudos to him, and he's been good all season too. I know he just has that one lone win, but in my opinion, he's coming into this race in top form, in good form as well. You're getting 27-1 on him. Like you mentioned, Brett Miller is going to take over the lines. I want to talk about the 5 next. My boy Pink, he's riding a 3-race win streak coming into this race. This is a son of Catch the Fire from the Tony Alania barn. He was 2 for 4 last season, 6 of 9 so far in his 3-year-old campaign. The effort 2 back when he was in the non-winners of 11,000. And Marvin just, when he moved him to the outside and just kind of gave him his head and let him pace. He was in against older horses, 1. He was in between stakes assignments, 2. He handled that with such ease. He gets a perfect middle pack post. I think Marvin Luna is very underrated. I think he does a very, very good job with the young horses.
Yeah, he's definitely a young up-and-coming driver. He's not really up-and-coming anymore. I mean, he wins a ton of races, but that was a big effort 2 back to beat the likes of Jolsey Hanover, so some sharp, older pacers that he was able to face off against, and even 4 back. That middle half was 56-3, so really no business there. I wouldn't put too much stock into him finishing 4th in that race. Got a lot of versatility, my boy Pank, and a nice middle pack post. Right now, he's 13-1.
You throw the 4 on your ticket. C. Miller time again. He's 5 for 6 in his 3-year-old campaign. The son of Roddy's Bags again. Corey Callahan in town for the drive for Molly Guerra. Recently got her trainer's license and took over the training on this one. Super sharp. I guess there's nothing really else you can say against that. I met the ownership group earlier on this afternoon. They're excited to be here. They're excited to watch their horse race. He gets a good post to work with. He could be in the mix of things.
I think so. I think he's got a lot of raw early speed, and we just haven't seen what he's able to do against these 3-year-old pacers. So he gets a chance here. He gets a fair chance from post 4, and with all that early speed, I had no choice but to throw him in.
Race 12 up next, the one we've been waiting for. It does kick off a $1 pick 3. It's the Carl Milstein Memorial 3-year-old invitation, a field of 9. I'm going to go 2-5-9-6. Kevin's going to go 2-9-6-4. Kenny, he's going to go 2-5-9-6. Good luck.
And now it's time for the summer event of the season, the 13th Carl Milstein Memorial 1 Fire Run in Atlee Bender, 2 Malillo Ronnie Wren Jr., 3 Ballroom Affair Aaron Merriman, 4 C Miller time again Corey Callahan, 5 is My Boy Pank Marvin Luna, 6 Borderline Mobby Dan Noble, 7 Redland Rocket Man Brett Miller, 8 Tsunami Seas Dave Miller, and the 9 Aces and Cinches Yannick Gingras. These 9 for $300,000. Sophomore Pacers, Carl Milstein Memorial. Here they come. And they're off and pacing. My boy Pank hustled out of there by Luna. Malillo came off the wings clean and fire run down toward the inside. They're the first 3 aces and cinches, is aggressively handled by Yannick in the second tier start as he moves to the outside and wants to follow Malillo toward the front as my boy Pank is going to clear and step in front of Malillo. And down at the inside is fire run. Aces and cinches on the outside. He hasn't settled there in 4th. Ballroom Affair is 5th. Borderline Mobby out the mile. He's racing in 6th. C. Miller time again is in 7th. 2 lengths back to Redland Rocket Man. And Tsunami sees the trailer 26-4 opening quarter. A lot of action early as the Burke Brigade are 1-2 now. Aces and cinches moves in front of the barnmate Malillo, who will settle up in the pocket. On the outside, stuck the mile. Borderline Mobby is racing in 3rd. My boy Pank was the first one to the lead. Now he's back in 4th and buried 3 lengths off the leader as Bender pulls fire run to the outside. Then it's Ballroom Affair in front of C. Miller time again. Redland Rocket Man is second last, only in front of Tsunami sees the half blazing 54-3. Aces and cinches pressured by Borderline Mobby on the outside, who's 3/4 of a length behind. Malillo locked up in the box. Good trip there for Wren. Fire run perfectly spotted. Second over within 3 lengths of the leader and 3/8 to go. My boy Pank's got no racing room inside of Ballroom Affair. C. Miller time again is inside of Redland Rocket Man. They're double tiered as they make their way to 3/4 in 1:22. What an effort Borderline Mobby has put in to be this close after being out every step. Meanwhile, Aces and Cinches maintains the lead. Malillo at the inside. Let go. 4 wide. Redland Rocket Man on the move for Super Brett Miller. Outside of Fire Run as Wren cries for somewhere to go with Malillo. They turn for the money. Malillo's got open road now. Aces and cinches. Fire running down the center. Here comes Redland Rocket Man. Malillo up the inside. Redland Rocket Man. Malillo gets his Grand Circuit win over Redland Rocket Man and Fire Run 150 and 4/5 of a second. Number 2, Malillo first. 7, Redland Rocket Man second. 1, Fire Run was third. And 9, Aces and Cinches was fourth. 2-7-1-9 unofficial. Returning back to a jubilant winner's circle, number 2, Malillo. Ronnie Wren Jr., the winning drive for Ron Burke, the Burke Racing Stable. Jason Malillo and Weaver Buscemi. This is a 3-year-old bay colt by Sweet Lou out of the foreclosure mare Rosemary Rose, bred by the owners. 6th lifetime win, 3rd this season for Malillo. 150 and 4/5. 2-7-1-9 unofficial. Congratulations to the connections of number 2, Malillo, picking up the victory in 150 and 4 to strike his name as another one of these talented 3-year-old Grand Circuit Pacers. Jess Otten standing by with winning driver Ronnie Wren Jr.
Thanks, Kenny Livingston. Winning driver Ronnie Wren. First and foremost, he deserved a signature win like this.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been knocking heads with the best horses in the country all year, and he's been so close so many times. And tonight was another nail biter, but I'm so happy for the horse. He deserves it.
What's really impressed me the most about him is he's been putting forth game effort after game effort, tough trip after tough trip, but he prevailed tonight, so he shows that he can overcome those kind of trips.
Yeah, I think so, and he's peaking at the right time. There's a lot of big races coming up, and when I got room up the passing lane, he exploded and was able to get the win fairly easy at that point. So, again, hats off to him, and I want to thank Ronnie Burke and the Burke Brigade for giving me the chance to drive him.
And you've been his regular pilot throughout his entire career. Talk to me about from 2 to 3, because he just looks like he's gotten bigger and stronger.
Yeah, he was a really nice colt last year, but he was still kind of figuring it out. He'd get bad gated at times, but he's definitely figuring it out, and he knows how to win now.
Let's talk about this trip tonight, though, because there was nothing short of excitement there. I think there were about 4 lead chains before you guys even got to the half. You take me through your perspective, though, because you had to make a decision to keep on pushing, let one go, keep pushing, let him go again, and then sit in the pocket.
Yeah, it was some chess playing there in the first turn, but I would have liked to cut it, but the Yannick's horse is a nice colt from Indiana, and I was happy to follow him, and luckily shook loose late.
And you have a big crowd here. Congratulations.
Yeah, I think most of the Kenston School's parents are here tonight, so I want to thank them for coming out and cheering us on. Yeah, thanks.
There you have it, Malillo, Ronnie Wren, Ron Berkeley, and team up in the Carl Milstein Memorial.
Congratulations, Ronnie Wren Jr. and Malillo. The exacta 42.40, trifecta 366.20. Pick 3, $26.30 for that stakes pick 3. Pick 4, $108.50. The superfecta, $179.28. Top down, Fire Run third, Malillo the winner. Ballroom Affair was ninth. C. Miller Time again eighth. My Boy Pank was sixth. Borderline Mobby fifth. Redland Rocket Man second. Tsunami C seventh. Aces and Cinches fourth. 319 865 274. Race 13 is next. No Lasix on the 2, Not That Hillary. Add Lasix to the 3, My Name's Waney. It's 1 minute away. To the track for tonight's 13th race. Number 1, BJ's MJ. Braden Rhodes for Pat Beeler in the Leading Edge Farm. Number 2, Not That Hillary. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives for Stacy Curry. Cones with Steve Bateson. 3, My Name's Waney. Aaron Merriman for Jason McGinnis in the stable.ca. 4 is Suma Zitam. Logan Ebersol for Cameron Keenan and Jonas Schmucker. 5, Ella Joe. James Day for Melvin Byler. Owner Stephen and Eric Butler. Wyatt Farmer on the 6, Melville for Abigail Wright. Cones with Grace Wright. 7, Goodnight Dance. Justin Irvine drives for Eddie Miller. Dr. Michael Atessa and Ashley Miller co-owners. 8, Just a Pleasure. Chris Lems owns and drives. Tessa Lems trains. And the 9, Dancing Susie. Dan Noble for the CNC Stables and trainer Chris Hirschberger. Back over in the 12th Grand Circuit signature win time for Malillo. He adds his name to the list of 3-year-olds that continue to mix it up in this division as we get closer to the Breeders' Crown at Scioto Downs. It should be very exciting. As we turn the page to 13th, I'm going to land on the 7, Goodnight Dance. Back-to-back runner-up finishes. She's been razor sharp the last couple of weeks, finally drawing decently, and she's responded with nice efforts. I was hoping for a price, but I think everyone just sees it. Even Kevin's got her second. I'm going to go with his top choice for second, the 1, BJ's MJ. Benefit of the Rail, best post she's had. She's 0 for 25 this season, so it's pretty tough to trust her to win a race, but she's been right there a couple of times. And for third, I threw in the 3, My Name's Waney. Gets Aaron back in the bike. I'm at 7-1-3-2. Kevin's got it 1-7-6-5. Good luck tonight's 13th race. Here they come, race number 13. And they're off and pacing. Good Night Dance showing good speed off the wings. BJ's MJ tries to protect pylon position and is doing so, accelerating on into the turn with a 2-length lead now. Not That Hillary right in behind to race from second. On the outside, Ella Joe third. Good Night Dance is outside of Dance and Susie. They're fourth and fifth. My Name's Waney off the speed. Settles up sixth early on. Suma Z-Tam is 2 lengths in front of Melville. And Just a Pleasure at the back. Here's Ella Joe moving to the front. Looking for back-to-back scores. Ella Joe will cross over through a 27-1 opening quarter. BJ's MJ pocketed up there second. Not That Hillary is third. Inside of Good Night Dance, the even money race favorite is stuck on the outside. Would need to be much the best. She's going to be out the mile. Dance and Susie's covered up inside of My Name's Waney. They race together fifth and sixth. Suma Z-Tam is seventh and 2 lengths back to Melville, who's in eighth. And Just a Pleasure is ninth and last. Down to the half they go, chasing James Day and Ella Joe. Off a half in a sharp 55-1. 28 in quarter two, so she actually goes a fifth faster than a week ago as Ella Joe leads with 3/8 to go. BJ's MJ second, Not That Hillary racing a touch erratically third inside of Good Night Dance, who's being nudged along as Ella Joe is widening at will here. James Day looking confident in the bike on Ella Joe. BJ's MJ is second, 3 wide. My Name's Waney, 7 off the leader. Not That Hillary inside of Good Night Dance. Angling is Dancing Susie. She got shuffled a couple of positions, but now she's into the clear after 3 quarters in 1:23-1. Ella Joe off back-to-back 28 splits, got a 56 middle half and leads by 5 lengths with an 8th to go. BJ's MJ was bottomed out there from the pocket. My Name's Waney takes second. Dancing Susie from the back trying to rally. The rest battling for minor spoils as they turn for home. Ella Joe with a commanding lead. She's a 5-length leader and she's home free to the wire. Ella Joe wins. Dancing Susie paces nicely up into second. My Name's Waney's home third. Fourth is going to go to Melville over BJ's MJ in 1:53 and 2. Number 5, Ella Joe, owned by Stephen Eric Butler, Trim Melvin Byler, James Day, the winning drive. Exacta $39, trifecta $179.60, pick six $385.80, and the high five $1,742.96. Top down BJ's MJ 5th, Not That Hillary 9th. My name is Wayne 3rd, Suma Z Tam 8th, Ella Joe the winner, Melville 4th, Goodnight Dance 6th, Just a Pleasure 7th, Dancing Susie 2nd. 5-9-3-8-1-4-6-7-2. 14th race is next. Put Tyler Angus on the 4, Sporty Tino. Aaron Merriman on the 6, Silly Rock. 2 minutes. Late daily double time. They're on the track. 1 is Oakwood Dynasty. James Day drives for Tim Hall in the PT stable. 2 is Rock Your Wings. Logan Ebersol for Wendy Cox and Marjorie Deshetsky. 3 Madison's Angel. Braden Rhodes for Pat Beeler and JP Racing. Tyler Angus on the 4, Sporty Tino for Jesse Schmucker and Marcus Schmucker. Number 5 is French Shaker Dan Noble for Jessica Milner. Cones with Thomas Phillips. The 6 is Silly Rock, Aaron Merriman for Tim Hall. Michelle Herman and Matthew Kessler, the co-owners. Tessa Lems trains on the 7 Dude Sweet Bet. Chris Lems, the owner and driver. Number 8 is C Rose, Wyatt Farmer for Shane Webb. Papio, Webb, and Webb, the co-owners. The 9 Get Answers, Greg Grismore for Buck Holler and Brady Doyle. Good luck, late daily double time. Here they come, tonight's 14th race. Often pacing, Madison's Angel and Sporty Tino both begin well. Rock Your Wings and Oakwood Dynasty down toward the inside. They're all hustled for early speed as they're 4 in line as they pace turn 1. Get Answers from the second tier not far away, and Grismore keeps her close to the early skirmish. Getting away in 6th is French Shaker. Silly Rock is off the speed in 7th. Dude Sweet Bet is 8th, and Sea Rose is 9th and last. Here's Madison's Angel and Braden Rhodes driving to the front as they make their way off at opening quarter. 27 quick seconds. Madison's Angel in front of Rock Your Wings. Oakwood Dynasty is 3rd. Get Answers is 4th. Sporty Tino tried to leave, but she was stuck out 4 wide and was forced to take back to mid-pack. French Shaker is behind her. Silly Rock is next, then Dude Sweet Bet and Sea Rose as last of them all as they race down by us for the first time. They're being led up top by Madison's Angel, paving the way over Rock Your Wings in second. Here's Get Answers first up on the outside of Oakwood Dynasty. They're 3rd and 4th with 1 lap to go. French Shaker perfectly spotted off the Grismore helmet second over. 3rd over Excess Cover Silly Rock. Sporty Tino got shuffled to 7th. 8th is Dude Sweet Bet, and Sea Rose is 9th and last. The half was 56 seconds, so it was 29 and quarter 2. Madison's Angel leads the way as they enter the backstretch. On the outside to apply heat is Get Answers. First over at the leader's wheel. Disc off cover. There goes French Shaker. Noble flips 3 high, heading to 3/4 and coming with big strides. French Shaker outside of Madison's Angel. Get Answers in between. Rock Your Wings is 4th. Also wide is Silly Rock. 3/4, 125 and 1. On the outside, French Shaker pokes a nose in front. Madison's Angel down at the inside trying to rebuff this challenge. These 2-3 clear of Silly Rock, who's up into 3rd. Dude Sweet Bet rallying from the back. She's 4th. They turn 4 home. Madison's Angel digging her heels in, trying to turn away French Shaker on the outside. Madison's Angel, French Shaker drifted in. Madison's Angel, French Shaker. Madison's Angel would not be denied. French Shaker has to settle for second with Silly Rock 3rd and Dude Sweet Bet 4th in 154. Back into the winner's circle, number 3, Madison's Angel, owned by JP Racing. Braden Rhodes, the winning drive for Pat Beeler. 6-year-old bay mare by J. Candeveneer out of the Rocket Image mare, Rockin' Bikini. Bred by Joey Putnam and Katie Brown of Indiana. 16th lifetime win, 3rd this season, 154, time of the mile. Exacta 95.40, trifecta $918.20. Pick 3, $38.50. Pick 4, $236.70. Superfecta $476.18. On track for the finale. 1 is D-rigged. Mark St. Louis Jr. for owner trainer Peter Stratton. 2, Rockin' Good Again, off lay. 6, James Day for Tobias Troyer, JP Racing, Michael E. Lee, and the Crazy Parrot Farms. Commandress Aries is the 3, Logan Ebersol for Jalen Bontrager and Darren Miller. 4, Stay Rosie. Abigail Wright trains and cones with Grace Wright. They use Aaron Merriman. 5, Ain't No Terror, Manny Miller for Danny Hosteller and Matthew Hirschberger. 6, Pink Lily, Dan Noble for Jason Elzer and Shelly Elzer. Marjorie Shetsky owns the 7, Katie Polly. Jason Thompson drives for Wendy Cox. 8, Caviar Snowdrop, Tyler Angus for Oscar Johnson Jr. and Timothy Amos. And Chris Slems will pilot the 9, Fat Mare's Love Cake for Rod Allums Jr. and trainer Jamie Weller. It's the Saturday finale, wrapping up Carl Milstein night. Good luck. As the gate rolls for the finale, we thank everyone that watched, wagered, and supported the 15 race calendar from Northfield Park. Live racing back tomorrow night. Off stride briefly went the 5-8 no tear. Rest of the field sent on its way. D-rigged and rocking good again, showing speed. Fat Mare's Love Cake from the second tier will slide up into an early third. Dropping over fourth goes Katie Polly. Fifth is Commandress Aries inside of Stay Rosie. Then it's Ain't No Terror, who's in front of Pink Lily, and Caviar Snowdrop brings up the tail. They step onto the backstretch and make their way to the opening quarter mark. Mark St. Louis Jr. and D-Rig taking no prisoners from that inside starting post, and she has the lead a length and a half. Rockin' good again, pocketed up through a 27-3 opening panel. D-Rig got very rough there as St. Louis tries to keep her together on the front, but he just can't. He has to abort, and D-Rigged is off stride, so Rockin' good again inherits the lead now. Coming to the 3/8. Fat Mare's Love Cake is second. Katie Polly is third. Stay Rosie is fourth. Up to fifth comes Ain't No Terror on the outside. Moves up outside of Commandress Aries, who's about 9 lengths off the leader as they race down by us for the first time. Then it's Pink Lily, 5 lengths clear of Caviar Snowdrop, and D-Rigged is out of it, halfway home in 58 1/5 seconds. So it's Rockin' Good again, leading the way with over 3/8 to go. Fat Mare's Love Cake racing there in the second position. Gap of 3. Katie Polly is racing in third. Stay Rosie is fourth. To the outside, Pink Lily fifth. Ain't No Terror covered up in sixth. Off stride in the backfield, one Caviar Snowdrop as they make their way to 3/4. With the advantage, it's Rockin' Good again, a length and a half. Racing in second, Fat Mare's Love Cake, and Lems has a tight hold of Fat Mare's Love Cake as he's ready to angle. 3/4, 128. Third is Katie Polly. There's less than a quarter of a mile to go in the Saturday finale, and it's Rockin' Good again with the lead. Lems lets Fat Mare's Love Cake roll to the outside. She's bumpy gated, but closing good ground at the leader, Rockin' Good again, who has a short lead. Fat Mare's Love Cake right alongside. These two put on some speed away from the others. Fat Mare's Love Cake down to the finish. Wins by 2.5 in the end. Rockin' Good again was second. Pink Lily third. Ain't No Terror fourth. 1:57, time of the mile. Inquiry signing against the unofficial fourth place finisher rather. Number 5, Ain't No Terror. Possible violation of the braking rule. Meanwhile, back here to the winner's circle, the 9, Fat Mare's Love Cake, owned by Rod Allums Jr., trained by Jamie Weller. Chris Lem's the winning drive. 3-0 Bay Philly by Fool Me Once out of the Yankee Cruiser mare, Mia Sassy Queen, bred by Rod Allums of Ohio. Third lifetime win, 157 lifetime best. No change. Exacta $15.60, trifecta $80.40, late double $50.80, superfecta $24.84. Top down, D-Rig was 9th, Rockin' Good again 2nd, Commandress Aries was 7th, Stay Rosie 6th, Ain't No Terror 4th, Pink Lily 3rd, Katie Polly 5th, Caviar Snowdrop 8th, Fat Mare's Love Cake the winner. 9, 2, 7, 6, 4, 3, 5, 8, 1 on the bottom. That concludes live racing tonight. I'm track announcer Kenny Livingood. Thanks for joining us on Carl Milstein Memorial Night, and we'll see you back tomorrow night.